Hi, hi. I love this song. Hello, hi, welcome. I don't want to put headphones on my head. Oh my god, Gar? You're here so early. 800 p.m. my best. What the freak is happening? Sorry, I had to turn you guys on the light mode. Our lovely winner today is Doc. Hello. Gilbert, I did just take my vitamins. I did remember today I took my vitamins. Yippee. Hi, Doc. Hi, Gar. Hi, Gilbert. Hi, Turn Up. Hi, Kai. Kai, I love you. I've awoken early today. You have awoke, and you've awoken so early for the work, and I don't like that. You're not like just waking up because you want to. I'm gonna be very honest, you guys. I hope everything's activated on the screen. Hello, welcome. And I say that because I was recording stuff, so I hope everything's on the screen when I go to the game one. I hope my hair is still wet. We're not gonna take note of that. We're just gonna leave it like that. I love you, Kai. I have a very important question for you, but it's also gonna out you to the class as well. After these chicken, I'm scheduled 7 days in a row. 7. Do you get a day off? 7 days. Do you get a day to breathe, Gar? What the freak? How many monsters I've drank today? I said 2. I was asked if I like the buzz, and I said nope. It's probably because you have ADHD. Good job. Looking amazing. Thank you. Damn. So I like the damn like that. My hair is still wet, but I need to put this. I want to hear the music. Sarah on screen, real as hell. I feel like I have something to tell you, Turn Up. But I don't think I do. I think I just have stuff from the convention that I'm like, oh, I think you would like it, so I might give it to you eventually. It's stuff for 7 days to die. That's why. Hi, how is everybody today? Try to throw 8s at me? Call them, yeah, 8 days in a row? 7 days in a row is bad enough, because that's a full week. I'm sorry, I just see my face over there, and I'm like, oh man, I'm mortified by that. Because that's happened to us before at Disney, but because our week ends on Saturday and starts on Sunday, so sometimes they'll give us 7 days in a row, but it won't be within the same week, so it doesn't matter. Kai, I didn't know what to get you for your birthday because I stalked your Hello! Hi, Kodiak! How? Because Kai, I stalked your wish list yesterday, and then I sat there, I'm like, well, I don't know what they really want. Like, I don't know what game they really want right now. Getting distracted? Yes. What's that's on brand of me, okay? 5-hour shifts, but then they try to throw 8-hour shifts. Told them not gonna survive that. That's real as hell. That's get me in. I didn't have to, but I want to. What is your little? Oh my god, Chikorita? The little. Sorry, I noticed a little Pokemon by your little icon. I was like, wait, what is that? He's so small in that screen. He's a small little guy, but I would like. I'm not gonna lie. I'll do some rolls in a second. Yeah, the Chikorita is so cute. I really want to get you that stupid dinosaur game, Kai, but it's not out yet. The you have depression. Wow, thank you. I fucking love that. This Dino's detective. Get me about bugs. Teaming up to getting me games about bugs. Yeah, there was a game on there that was about bugs I thought about getting. I scrolled through your entire thing. I also thought about getting you Sonic Racing, but then I'm like, man, but Sonic Racing is good with friends. It's good alone, but it's good with friends. So I'm like, I'm gonna get you something off your wish list. No ifs, no buts. I think we just have 4. We have 4. Okay. First up is Turnip. Oh, Jesus Christ. Which freak did I mean that? With the freak. Turnip, you got a 13. You also got a 6, but it makes up. Makes up for it. You're doing good because we're here. Racing the expensive game? The expensive game. Because you deserve every ounce of love. Doc. A-D-B-O-Y. BBNO $. Doc, you're doing great. You got 18, 18, and 16. You know why? Because you're downing monsters. Nothing else can bug you. You have monsters in your system. Getting no work done today? Someone said expensive? Yes, we did. You're already getting Kai so many gifts. Okay, next up is Gar. Gar, you got a nat 20. You're gonna make the bread. So it'll be a good day at work. It'll be a good day at work. My Kodiak. 11, 11, and 12. You're doing good. You're doing good. The only tick of being mid on the rolls is because we're not playing Deadlock right now. That's why. Mental damage for no Deadlock. Midday, midday. We can make it better by Deadlock. The mental damage is always because of Deadlock. It's always because of Deadlock. He's trying to send me home, so I guess I'm doing fine. Oh, if you get sent home, then it's fun day. I didn't really... See, I love outing people when they open up games and whatnot, but it makes it extremely funny when Kodiak opens up a game because it's hold on, let me get the full proper name. Oh my god, I opened up everything. That's not what I need. You go that way. Just so I get in the right order. Oh yes, IKEA Ball Pit Orgy has opened Bongo Cat. No ifs, no buts, no questions. No comments, concerns. Best name. Can I? Where is this hair? Me trying to have my natural hair go back to its waviness, but also me dooming it with headset. I have coffee. Oh! Coworker keeps saying that if he sends me home... Oh my god. Home, he picked the right one because I'm always ready to leave. So real. Doc, I do have something for you. I have just information for you. Sorry, I've been enjoying Spanish music. Okay. It goes in and out. But open Deadlock that. Fuck yeah. Every time I see someone open Deadlock, I'm like, man, what if I just open Deadlock? I should just play it by myself. I really should. Yes, it's about 2G subs. Flavors. Pestilence Antidote. It's very good. I made it yesterday, so I have a little bit left. It's just like a limeade. So if you like lime, if you like a nice little limeade, it is good. Yeah. BBL is also good, but we kind of knew that one was going to be good. So the review of this one, good. Just a nice little limeade. It's nothing too strong. It's not like sour or anything. It's literally just a normal limeade with a lot of energy in it. Caliente. Wow. Can I fix my hair? I should learn Spanish just to sing Spanish songs. Oh, can confirm IKEA Ball Pit Orgy has in fact opened Deadlock. I'm sorry. So when you play Deadlock and when you're alone in a lobby, whatever character you are, it changes the subtext. So right now for Kodiak, it says wishing the hideout was the cube. So I think it's the little viscous glorp. It's a little glorp. And I keep pinching myself because the woman of my dreams are... You can't pull that type of shit like that, viscous, yeah! I'm gonna cry. It's great energy today. It's good day. I don't know, I'm more comfortable giving you games than Doc. You're so real for that, Kai, because not gonna lie, Kai, I'm gonna forget too. Like, I'm gonna pick the one and then I'm gonna forget all the information. I feel like Doc has like a filing cabinet. She opens it up, it's just like, here's the list of games. I can pull that? Freaking watch it, you should... I'm gonna wipe up all my makeup because I cried. I didn't really cry. Should learn Spanish so you can talk dirty to me. I would never be able to do that. Damn, it just says finding match now. How upsetting. I like wishing the hideout was the cube. Viscous is so cute in Deadlock. I'll have to play Deadlock on here sometime. It's just like that. Freaking watch me. I don't know why I censored myself. Oh, when I was naming the stream today, we were playing Outlast Trails today. Just FYI. I almost changed the game, like the just chatting. I almost changed it to Resident Evil. I was like, whoa, it's not Thursday. What freaking day is it? It's my autistic people pleasing self. Fair. Hey, that's how it is in your brain, okay? You got the filing cabinets ready because you just want to make people happy, which I appreciate and love. It is very cute. Let me close my Charborg video. I'm trying to think of the act. Oh my god. Turnip, do you know a lot of Mexican songs? I'm looking for one specific one, but I actually do not know the name of it. I might have to just go through my TikToks really quick. I have 2 TikToks made and ready. I might post one right meow. I don't know about the other one. My masterpiece didn't do well, but because I can't figure out the algorithm. Let's post one right now. I'm trying to test out and figure out the algorithm, you know? Meow 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 meow. Was this one ready? The reason? Where's my Spotify? Da 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 da. La la la. I boop. Oh, sorry, baby, no money. We were skipping you really quick. There we go. Let me double check. We're gonna post a TikTok right meow. I just need to like find it. I'm like looking. I'm like, huh? You guys actually want? If you want, yes, please. You can DM them to me. Oh, that's a shorter one. I think this is Repo 5. Because I'm testing out different like lengths of like attention span. Okay, I'm not putting them here. I was eating and keep replying. Oh, don't worry about it. You send it to whenever. That's exactly what I just heard in the audio. I was listening to. The first opening clip of this TikTok is me slapping Kai in the face. I didn't turn down that audio. Did I do all the text? I did. Can play deadlock real quick. You have work. Don't be a coward. Post them here. Be a coward. I think I'll post this one. Okay. Sorry, you guys are watching the process of me posting. This is like co-working together. We are live right now. What how do I name things? At 12:30? Okay, okay. I will not. You actually could play a match or 2 of Deadlock. You actually could. Depending on how long the matches are. Sometimes we've had, oh my god, there's sometimes where we've had long matches. There's been a couple of matches I've had lately with Kodiak and Jordy where it's just like, can this fucking end? Because it's agony. Send it to me, Lord. RYS me, Lord. I almost just said it out loud because I was just talking. Okay, one of those I was staring at. The other one I was not staring at. So I'm gonna look at that really quick because now I'm intrigued. One, I think I will probably get the one, you know which one. I say that, you may not know which one. I should put you in my starred view profile section so I can find your name easier. Oh, maybe that one. This one's actually really cute. The first one I didn't know about. Someone hack the mainframe. Oh, that one's really cute. Ooh. Oh, okay, so these are both two good options. I think they are about the same price. Yeah, they're about the same price. Okay. When you don't know, fair. Yeah. I have a bad habit of hitting things. Okay, we're posting the let's see if let's do a funny. What hashtag should I use? I hate you, Gar. I hate you. Funny. Funny Twitch moments, funny Twitch clips. Let's do that. What? Like, I don't know how to use hashtags. You should just say it. I'll say it after I purchase it. Oh, oh, that's really cool. Ooh, I did not know that. Somebody else has folded. Gar has opened Deadlock. The Deadlock is hooking everybody. Bebop is reaching through the screen and grabbing everybody. What's a funny part of this? Yeah, let's do that. Right there. Okay. I hate using hashtags. I'm trying to post this TikTok to see what happens. Will I delete the other TikTok? Will I delete the other TikTok and repost that sometime? Maybe. It's me!
I'm a girly, she's the mid-age between us,
She is! Thank you for 26 months!
Between us,
B, do you know anything about hashtags? I'm posting a TikTok right now. Do you buy it? You should say the other one. That's very dangerous ground right there. I may be attacked. What are we hashtagging? A repo video for TikTok. I should actually do the YouTube as well. I also did post a whole bunch of VODs yesterday, and then I uploaded another chunk. I did my, like, post and then upload. It takes so long because they're such chunky videos. I have 113 subscribers on YouTube. That's fucking crazy. I love that. Let's do content. Shorts. Upload video. It should be repo 5. Game pictures when you get a chance? Okay. Do you, Gar, do you play, not repo, Deadlock with any mods? What is this one? What is your name? Okay. Oh, you play Ivy. Oh, fuck it up. Da 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 da. I might steal your Ivy build. I don't know how to play certain characters, and by that, I don't know how these items work. Dun, 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 dun. I'll do the hashtag, Ooh, Twitch talk? Oh, ow. I fucked up my hand at the con. Don't ask how. You fucked it up that last match. Hey, I did really good the last match I had done as Paige. Didn't get a lot of kills, but I never expect to get a lot of kills as Paige. I expect to support. And I had fucking 24 assists, so I said, hell yeah. Do as a matter of fact. What did I ask you? Like, what the fuck did I ask you? Yeah, nah, 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 nah. We're, okay, I need to get rid of something here. Okay, I know how to reword this. Thank you. Fighting things. There we go. Na 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 na. Okay, posting it to YouTube is always. Oh, mods. Okay, I was like, what did I ask you? Kodiak plays with a whole bunch of mods, so usually when we play, I always watch Kodiak stream because it's so funny. Just looking over, I'm like, what are they seeing right now? Just Miku. Miku is Bebop coming after them. Right for school? Okay. I love you, me. Safe travels. Oh my Jesus. Christ. Okay, this little guy is gonna get posted. Do 1800. He's so. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. 1-800 hit me up for a good time. Bobalake. My name without a $sign. Okay. YouTube one's posted. That's a less worry. It's fucking Miku! Yeah, there is a Miku mod for Bebop, which is the robot, and she is so fucking scary. Like, the lighting that they did for her, especially for the image when you're like picking characters, is so fucking horrifying. And I'm like, I'm scared of Miku. But Bebop also is just scary because it has the arm that I just see go like that. I think when we were playing the other day, I questioned, I was like, did I just see a Bebop arm go past me? Because you can see it as it goes past you. It is horrifying. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Don't set this shit up something. Let's just try that one. Don't fuck this shit up for me. You know, fuck it. I think we just post it. Should we just post this? Yeah. I did. Hit me up for a good time. Can't spell my name without the $sign. Okay, baby, no. That was a little bit more funnier than it probably should have been. Okay, maybe no man. What other $signs could he put there? Baby no yen. Baby no pesos. In a pickle. In a pickle. Hogwarts Castle. That's crazy. Okay, we're posting it. So we have a repo posted. Posted. We'll see how this does. I want to edit a new TikTok that is not repo. So we'll see how that goes. Pronounce and baby no. Baby no pound. Baby no pound. Oh yeah, okay. We're just gonna release. I have released that repo TikTok into the world. We will see what happens. This is like my recon mission. My fucking TikToks and my edits and shorts on YouTube. Last one, 900 views. Wonderful. TikTok algorithm, however, got my eye on you. I don't know how you work, so I'm staring at it. I'm hard staring at it because I don't get it. Like you're calling him a virgin. Baby no bound. Baby no bitches. What did? Let me send Gar a stupid little email. I'll send him the popping cat. Okay, so we'll see how the TikTok goes. I didn't know how to finish wording that. I love his album. Like, I loved all the songs because a lot of them had already been released. There was a couple that weren't. I love it. Don't post on TikTok, but I do really know about the algorithm. Well, I can always use the help with the algorithm. Sorry, I hurt my finky. It really hurts when I try to like pop it like that by bending it this way. It really hurts. It's this finger. I don't know what I did. Anyways, yeah, because the first TikTok did great that I posted after not posting for so long. 200. The second one did shit compared to that. I only got 21. Hey, it's better than 5. It's better than 3. So like, I'll take it. I'm like, hey, we did it. The other one had 0, but because I just fucking posted it. So we're going to see how that goes. I like watching the analytics, which is why I made this one is Ranbay Gooners. You use that info how you want. Should just start putting pictures of me in it. Essentially. I like my silly little content though, so fuck them. I'll post what I want there. But you want to edit my profile. That. I actually want to use my let's see if we can do this. I want to use my Twitter profile picture on TikTok. I could probably just do that from my phone. I should probably just do it from my phone, actually. Hi, Coco! Festudo!
Spaghetti.
Oh, I had TikTok open up on my phone. Oopsie. Let me edit this. Yes, edit picture. Upload photo. What is that? I don't want to post a video. I just want to change my picture. How are you two? How are you both doing? The impasta didn't go off. Is it super late? I did that. What is this? Oh, squish. Timer. And we... I don't know if I need that. You overslept a lot? I don't know if I need that one. I didn't change anything on this one, so it should be fine. Okay, well, it did go off. You just didn't hear it? Okay, fair. That's good. I'm so stressed that I forgot to unhide things from when I was recording. Yes, go. Go, be free. Before I go take a shower and get some noms, go get some food, go get me non-stinky, go have fun. Yeah. I just wanted to change my profile picture. Me and B are also recording some stuff tomorrow, and I'm very excited because we're going to Not Scary Farm. So that means there's going to be stuff on my other TikTok. Because I like posting there. According to Twitch, Pseudo is no longer a person. Oh, you're so right, because Pseudo has gone into lurk mode. I hate that shit. It's so dumb, because I am too a lurker myself. So it's like, what do you mean I'm not real? I'm here. I still like Kev's method of just like, yeah, I'm gonna set a 30-minute honk timer, and I'll just come in and honk again, and then I'm still there. I'm like looking at stuff. Yeah, my other short on YouTube is at 999. Good look at that. Some of my videos popped off, and that's crazy to me that they got more than 10 views. Jordy cooks with edits, so I should hire him again. He needs to edit. Let me close that. That's my games. Oh my god, I have things to tell you guys too. I'm figuring out how to use... Yes, how has that been going? It's very wonky at first, like figuring out stuff, but like it's literally just practice. Hi, games. Doing numbers. Shorts on YouTube be doing numbers, bro. TikTok, however, not be doing numbers, but I could care less. I care, and I do care quite a lot because I'm like, oh man, I worked so hard on that. What the freak? But I'm also like, it does good over there. And I'm still happy with it, and you guys still see it, so that's all that matters. It's content for you guys. It's content to bring in other people, but it's also for you guys specifically. So, like, if you guys like it, done my job. Pretty wonky right now. I've also only had for maybe one full day. Yeah. It takes some time getting used to it. Like, even just normal, like, figuring out how to, like, draw on it. And all the tools, I still don't know anything on it, really. And I still struggle a lot, which is why you see, like, how my art style changes with certain emotes. Because I'm like, let me try this instead. And then I decide I don't like it, so then I go back. Yeah, it was Kai's birthday yesterday. I got an iPad. Well, I'm in and put him to work. That's what I'm saying. Jordy's good at editing. But he was, showed him some of the TikToks I was doing. He was like, damn, you're already better than me. I was like, no, sir, you cook. You cook because you will flame me and make fun of me. And I think that's really funny in a YouTube video. when the editor just makes fun of the streamer. Hi, Dieter. So I need to get him to freaking edit again. I need to save up to buy a case for it. Oh, I can help you get a case for it. Because the one that I have, Kai, is just a cheap one. Works very well. The plethora of stickers and everything. Oh, why are you flipped around? Oh, it's just something that's attached to it. For my collection of stickers. Yeah. Put that back. Put that right back over there. Short, yes, they all fucking know I'm short. To commission, sure. How would I do that? Just shoot me a DM, Doc. I haven't drawn too much. I don't have a lot on my plate for drawing. So if you do want a commission, just hit me up. Shoot me a DM. Short, yes, unfortunately, me. You can put my bear stickers on it? Yes! That's like, I didn't want to actually stick any of these, so they're inside of the case. So I have my 2 cards that Gar gave me. And then I have all of my cat stickers that Car gave me during Amadeus production. DM you about art? Why, yes! Please, Guy, I'm so excited you have an iPad. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So I'm like, okay, I can have somebody else who also doesn't know what they're doing here with me. We can learn together. I'm looking for one. Okay, that's a good one. I actually do know that one. I need to find that song I was talking about earlier. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Let's see. What a bunch of dinosaur stickers recently? Fuck yeah. I fucking love dinosaurs. I fucking love dinosaurs. Okay, I need to find this Battlefield 6 video. Are you winning, son? Dawn, I'm not Dawn. Yes. I posted stuff, Nikki. I posted a YouTube short again, and I posted a TikTok. So we're gonna judge the algorithm and see what happens. Hey, how you doing? It's good, and I've never drawn in my life. Ooh, oh my god, I can teach you. My friend Lily, she has never drawn in her life, and she has slowly, it's been like maybe a year or 2 now, I feel like. At least a year of her slowly drawing and learning stuff, and she's gotten a lot better. She had our friend Fox, who is actually an artist, he's an animator, help her with like some basic stuff and like focus on like the basics. So yeah. One of their bears. I'll be honest, you're so real for that. I can teach you how to draw cats, and by that, I don't know how to properly draw cats, but you know how I draw cats. We want Choco Cat sticker. I got you. Yes. ¿Por qué? ¿Dónde? He's in here. I haven't used him yet because I'm so stressed of putting him on something. Oh my god. Oh. Excuse me, Inuyasha. Let go of that. You got me 2. No, I think the other one. You got me this one. I think you got me another one. I think there was 2. So a different one? No, if you got the same one, it means I can use that one, and I don't have any remorse for using it, Nikki. So, truthfully, I don't give a shit. I'm so scared of using this one that Sabrina got me because it's Levy, and I don't know where to put her. And $20 for stickers in one booth. I fucking love that. I spent $40 at one booth, so respect. I could probably figure out how to draw bears. I mean, I've drawn your bear before, Kai. It is quite hard. I don't know how to draw bears, but I think it's gonna be fun. It'll be great. I think it's the same one. That means I could use it. I'm so scared of putting her anywhere, or putting him, because I don't want to lose him, because I love Choco Cat. So that means I can put him somewhere else. I really want the one Spanish song again. Eat Slay Love is also really good. Where is it? Estrella. Really want to commission you to draw more of Finn and Tom and me. Oh, that makes me so happy. That makes me happy that you actually really do like how I draw you little guys. Have their Instagram and their website? Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, that's good. Collecting all those stickers. Bears are just dogs with round ears. That's how I treat it. They're just round. Da, 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 da. Yeah, this is how I ended up spending $40 at a booth. They had blind bags of Balatro cards, so it came with 4 each. I need to ask what Jordy's getting Wheel of Fortune. He has no choice. Jordy doesn't get a pick. But I need to ask what Wife and Alec wants. Alex, not Alec. Their names are all too close. It's like Mac and Mac. Because I really like these. These are the shiny ones that I got. I think I might keep this one. Because I like this burnt one. But I don't know what they want. Or who else plays Balatro? Coco, I don't know if you want a Balatro card. Truth be told, I have plenty. I got fucking 8 of them. Somebody could get a basic Joker. He's very cute. This is pretty round. Max was, in fact, round. Didn't even show you the haul? Yeah, show. Now, look, has friends' names to Alex. I hate that. Yeah. It's just way too close that I like go to pronounce it and then I pronounce one of them. One of them gets said. Is it the right one? You never fucking know. Okay, where is this fucking TikTok? I just want the song from the TikTok. Basic Joker was my... Damn, Doc, you had so many nicknames when you were in high school. That's crazy. Basic Joker, though, always kind of feels sad. Oh, Nikki, I don't know how to take care of my hair anymore. We need to have a hair meeting sometime. That's it. That's the tweet. That's the tweet to Nikki. I also think I need to cut my bangs because they're getting a little too long. But I also think that they're fine. I think I just need to actually style them again. Where the frick is this? Viscous! I love Viscous. He's so cute. Let's put on Soul Potato. We need a filler song really quick while I desperately look for this fucking TikTok. I just want the song from it. It was so funny. Oh, here it is. Can somebody please... Okay, I was like, somebody please in the comments tell me what fucking song it is. Because I do genuinely love this song. It should be this one. Yes. It's this fucking song. This was the fucking song in the fucking TikTok. This is the song I was fucking looking for. It's about how I don't know how I hear it anymore since it's grown. Yeah, mine's hitting a point where now it's getting heavier. But also, nothing has... Nikki, you remember when I was playing Uncharted? And my hair, when I first was taking care of it, my hair actually had a lot of waves. I have never gotten it back to that. What the fuck is this? Welcome. Also, dogs are barking. God forbid somebody's dropping off a package. Shazam? Shazam. I had a lot of nicknames in high school. The most of them... Oh, I don't know. But you were like the sweetest person ever. But you were so sweet. I will not lie. Products and hormones, a treatment. I know, I just fucking hate it. I don't know what... Can we get back to that hair, Nikki? Me and your hair also, because I know we both be fucking going through it. I need to palm my back. Oh, I'm sorry, Hella. Are they bugging you? God forbid. God forbid they disturb my cats. There, I closed it, Hella. I was like, what is a Stream Elements message? Want us to have today with the chaos? Join our Discord. Night-night club. Night-night. Does this have the part of the song that I want? It doesn't have the full thing. What's this one? It's just another fucking version of it. It's one of the fucking songs. Okay. Let's... Oh my god. Spoken... Hold on, let's do that one. Oh, I wonder... Yes, it is. It is. I saw who was by then at the title. So I was like, I wonder if it is on Spotify. It is. Yes, okay, this is actually by. Oh my god, Kai, have you ever heard Hispanic music? I love Teto so much. I'm so glad she's getting some love. She was always not hated on, but like Teto and I forget the blonde. Oh my god. Oh, Neru, Akita. I loved her when I was younger. She never got a lot of love, but I loved that bitch. Man, I miss Vocaloids. I remember wanting to cosplay them so badly. I cosplayed Miku, and I've cosplayed different versions of Miku, but like I still have that like, oh my god, I want to be that bitch. Get rid of my dyed parts, and I'll help so much. That's fair. Person you all know is not the same person from high school. That is fair, and that's okay. Truth be told, I'm glad it's not the same person as it went in high school, because like you grow up and you change. Teto. I love Teto. It's not specific Hispanic music, but I used to listen to a lot of Spanish music when I was learning. That's cute. Me, because I have a lot of French music when I was taking French in high school. So I have a lot of French music because of that. Killed the boy a long time. I killed that boy. That's dramatic as fuck, but I like it. Happier than high school me? Yes. Yes, you are. Unfortunately, though, Nikki, unfortunately, you are dating a man. The only downfall. But he's okay. He's fine. We'll take him. That's an okay thing. But unfortunately. Let me close this. I don't need to be looking at Vocaloids. Suavemente is great. I'm still looking for a specific La Bomba. Taylor can't come to the phone right now? Oh, why? She's dead. That was so dramatic of her. Happier and sadder. You know, honestly, Kai, that's fair. That really is fair. Oh my god. Sorry, my hair. Oh my god. My hair is still like wet, so that just made my ear like humid because of the moisture from my hair. We're just gonna part my hair like that. If Scooby was around today, he would have committed. Fair. Sent Alec a reel last night? What'd you send him? Hey? Why is it hey? Hi, Goomber. How are you? I'm trying to fix my shorts. I realized I can wear my shorts not in any bad way. Just lower, just not all the way high, and it's not like cutting into me. Oh, Frankie. Why are you over there? Did I need to charge anything? Oh, I really thought she was gonna say she was gonna go to hell, but then she did say it. There we go. Sent the reel? I'm alive-ish. How has your week been, Goomba? Oh, I need to tell you guys about Silent Hill. Because that shit was crazy playing that last night. Should we post my repo shorts on Instagram? Oh, Last Dinos. I can't believe they did that shit again. Sorry, that was the most disgusted face I've seen in a while from myself. I'm getting so distracted. Oh, the music ended. Oh no. Oh shit. Fuck. I didn't have things queued up. Teto. Ooh. I love this song. We'll just play this. 37? 30s. That's so cheap. Okay. Maybe I should buy the tickets as soon as fucking possible. But am I in mind with the to ship over? Oh no. Little sick because pollution. Okay, fair to the sickness. I get that. Down with the sickness. That sucks. How has job hunting been? Have you been job hunting, Goomber? Ooh. You could wear shorts at your ankle and I won't complain. I can't even say you fucking lying. 1050, it's this one. I was saying being in a relationship means I have to trust the words coming out of a man's mouth. So sorry, Nikki. You hate to see it. Anyways, butterfly. Saying the ghost tickets were going to be the last. However, dinos are so cheap. Dinos are so cheap, and we have to go to dinos every time. I still need to pay you for the ghost. I think either the end of this month or the beginning of November. I'll get you the whole lot. I love Yakuza so much. I hate a man for getting us so addicted to Yakuza and to what's the other one called? Oh my god. What was the other game called? Judgment, yeah. Can't believe it. Never fucking saw the end of that game. But it's okay because now I can talk to Yakuza to Coco. I don't know if I showed Coco the Yakuza bag I got. It's so fucking cute. Not successful yet, but according to peeps in the industry, most hiring usually happens in October and of January. That's fair. I mean, at least you've begun the search. You're doing your part, and you're doing amazing. And meowdy howdy. I was like, why'd you say howdy? There he is up there. If you want to pay me in parts too, that's Gucci. Whatever's easier for you. I'll see. Since I didn't work last weekend, one of my checks is going to be very small because I worked one of the days of the week. Yeah. I'll see. I have to like wait for the off balance of like the TwitchCon weekend to happen. So yeah. It's a butterfly. If you really need the money, you just tell me, Nikki. I want to run Little Hero. Paying your buds if you catch my web. You said tucking your hair behind your ear, like kicking your feet like a little high school girl. Oh, how long have we been talking? Okay. Oh, wait, Silent Hill. Dude, I was playing Silent Hill last night. If anybody saw my mass like message in the general chat, it was just me. It was just me talking. Nobody else was awake. It's so different. It's so fucking different. The opening cutscene is a completely different dialogue. It is a completely different dialogue. And then when it opens up to like the title card like screen, when it's showing everything, when it shows the house, I had to go back and watch my VOD because I was like, there was no way. Hi, Haunted.
You're looking lovely.
I hope you're well. I hope you're well. Hello, welcome. But like, I had to go back and watch my VOD because I'm like, there was no way that like, when I was playing it again, it shows the house, and then the last second it glitches out and shows the house covered in the flowers, like the end game house, and then goes back. And I was like, there's no fucking way that was at the beginning. And so I had to go watch the VOD. It was not. And then that whole opening cutscene of her talking to her father, you get more of the conversation because he straight up says that, basically saying like it would like Hinako will be happy, like this is good for her, she'll be happy, like this is to pay off my loans, like my debt, like she doesn't get a choice. And I'm like, I also learned more about her father as well. Also, the Fox wedding thing was actually mentioned it too, because I think it's giving me new notes now. I don't know, it's crazy. But I'm dead on my feet, and I was like, huh? Dead on my feet? Dead on my feet, dead on your feet, what? I'm pausing my car payments because I'm constantly stressed about money. I'm saving like 1K easy. Okay, fair. You just let me know, Nikki. Doing well? I just had dinner and chilling. Hell yeah, we like that. Anyway, yeah, the summary of Silent Hill F, starting up a new game plus is horrific. Everything's different. I also did put it on hard, so oopsie. 4 a.m. when you were... Yeah, everybody was fucking asleep. Everybody, everybody was asleep. It was just me rambling because I was playing it alone because I hadn't gone to my friends yet. I was so dumbfounded because like the opening cutscene when that happened, I was like, there's no way that this is different, and
Love
I
it.
had
If you were a
to
type
go
of
see
cake
it.
flavor, which would you be?
Red velvet cake. I was a little too ready for that. Red velvet cake. I would say red velvet cake. But yeah, so Silent Hill F, New Game Plus, completely different. New notes, new things, new dialogue. Crazy. Wish I caught it live or something. Also, there was a little kid because now you have to worry about the sacred sword that you have to cleanse and find. And so I was doing stuff for that. But I kid you not. I typed it in the chat too about when that kid laughed. I paused that game so fucking fast. I paused that game so fast. That kid scared the shit out of me when he laughed. Red velvet? You mean just chocolate? Red velvet. Red velvet's different. I love chocolate, but red velvet has more pizzazz. Turnip? He said he doesn't know because he doesn't like cake. Like himself. Oh, turnip. What would turnip be? You know what? Let me know if you need their email too. I got you. Okay, thank you. I feel like I'm trying to think of. I feel like turnip can be funfetti. You got the sweetness and a good solid choice that everybody likes of vanilla, but you have the little fun of like the sparks of colors, and that's turnip. I don't like cake. We'll pick a cake for you. Do you like carrot cake? Does anybody like carrot cake here? Because I love carrot cake. Called me a liar for calling him handsome. Turnip, we're gonna bombard you with love and appreciation. I'm over there. Yeah, you are. And I'm gonna punch you with love and appreciation. No cap. No lie. Carrot cake, very good to some, but most don't like. You know, that's fair. That's fair. Dude, carrot cake with cream cheese frosting. Cream cheese frosting on anything, truth be told. Iconic. Just watching you will be called out. So true. I'm Confusion. We love you. Not worthy? Hey, you shut the fuck up there. If Kai thinks they're not worthy because it's their birthday and they don't deserve a gift, that you don't think, you both incorrect. You both deserve everything. Hi, Fire. How are you? Be a shitty cake, that guy? Nah, you wouldn't be a shitty cake. You would be, if you think you're a shitty cake, Kai, then I think you would be like completely normal cake where it actually tastes so good, but like it's like a little kid like did the frosting and everything, so it's super like sketchy, but it would be like a frog cake. It looks like shit, but tastes wonderful. I'll cream your cheese. Damn. Be ice cream cake. Ooh, oh my god, that would be a good Minecraft ice cream cake for Kai. Jen, why are you loving on me? Because you were hating on yourself. Haunted was asking about the cake question. Next job, I have a job interview for train driver. It's just that's an interesting one. Okay, fuck yeah. Don't be too stressed. You got this. It's okay to be stressed and anxious though. It's good. It means you want the thing that you're going after. But I'm good other than that. I have my coffee, my drink, my water, and everything. I'm saying to myself though, you right. And you are entirely right. Me too. Me too, baby girl. But oh my god. But yes, what type of cake would you be? I don't know. No, I'm like, would I be red velvet cake? I just love red velvet cake. Red velvet cake with cream cheese frosting. I love it. One that's on fire. Damn. You could be a spice cake. That gives out the same like vibe as that. I feel like you would be fighting for gold, but you would be up there, I think, Doc. I say you'd be fighting for it simply because there's a lot of other people hating on themselves here too. Cake à la mode. Hold on. We're gonna go through Mexican party bangers really quick. Suavemente is good, but I do know that one. What is this one? These are the top ones. That's good. Add to queue. What's this one?
Wait, fire would be a Christmas pudding
This
because
is a good
you
one.
light them on fire before you eat them.
Ooh, okay. Wait, that's a good one. Christmas pudding then. What's this one? Okay. What is this one? Because I know this name. Interesting. This is La Bomba. Okay. Madonna. Just fucked hard as life stealing granny. You stealing? Who the hell were you playing as? What the hell are you talking about? Gar. Let's see. Ooh. Kodiak is playing Yamato. Being fabulous in a hideout. Oh, are you who I think you are? What's your fucking name? Lady Geist? Has a shorter attention span than a goldfish? No, I disagree with that. I have a memory of a goldfish when it comes to it, but I have attention span of my cats. Velvet walnuts? I think no walnuts because a lot of people are allergic to walnuts. But I think I don't appeal to most people as well. I would say the same thing and say that I'm like carrot cake, where some people don't like me, but I think I would get yelled at if I said that. Peep game pictures, okay. Meow, 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 meow. I was fucking right. You are that lady. Oh, you did fuck it up. Oh, you had a lot of player damage. Why did you post a picture of the ivy like that above that? That's scary. Why is she looking at me? Why is she looking at me like that? Yeah. I love her. I want to learn how to play her, but I also have a little interest. My favorites that explains why I like turnip so much. Oh, that's cute. Would you have chocolate frosting though too, turnip? If you're chocolate cake, what type of chocolate cake would you be? Did we reply? I hadn't gone to it, okay? I had other stuff going on. It's somebody's cooking food. I do not know since we have our own regional. Well, that's okay. What type of cake would you be from your region then? Memory of like, yeah. No, but I still say I have memory of like a goldfish. Because once I'm done with that information, it's out of my brain. It's gone. Googling Christmas pudding. That's so real. Hates me? You say that, turnip. I will punch you. I don't like when people say that. Look at her. Look at her hat. It's a pretty great hat. It's a pretty great hat. I do like that hat. Usually, ooh. Type of cake? Okay, fuck it up. Let me look at what this looks like. It does look more like, oh, it does look more like pie, but that looks great. Because also, like, it's not. It definitely is not. Shape-wise, yeah. Same word, but like that's like different than what pie is here too. Because pie has like the crumb crust. But like that shit looks delicious. Because that's like thick bread, like actual cake around. That looks so good though. I love bread so much. Sweet bread, even better. Everyone hates me. Turnip. I don't like when people say that because you're incorrect. Tres leches is the best and only for me. Is that what type of cake you would be, though? It would be. Someone who's lactose intolerant. Actually, it adds up. You would be tres leches. That's interesting. That's the same word. I couldn't think of how I was going to word that. Hi, Car. How are you? Do you have work today? How are you? I think only I hate me and only a couple people know. That's their choice. Real as hell. Real as hell. Cake are different classifications. Yeah, looking at the pictures of that too, like it looks like it, but the like actual like cake of it, the actual like bread of it isn't like how pie crust is here. Had pie last night for dinner. Fuck yeah. As a tart. Ooh. Okay, and pie and tart are different. Pie, tart, and cake are all different. Because yeah, tart pastry is like the breading is very different than how pie is. Work at 3:30. Tell them no. I mean, like, we're not playing community game today, but tell them no. Just tell them to give you money and you don't have to work. Truth be told, Fire, I would eat it all and I would be happy. I wouldn't care what it's classified as. They'd all look delicious. More like savory pies, like meat and gravy and sort of stuff. That still sounds delicious. That still sounds really freaking good. I do like the next song. What's on my day list really quick? Spooky Dark Cabaret Wednesday morning. Interesting choice. All sides work soon? Yeah. Gar wanted to play games. Gar wanted to play Deadlock. Ooh, my friend's playing Abrams. I do love a good Abrams. Abrams scares the shit out of me, though. Lash actually scares the shit out of me. I hate that bitch so much, but I love him. According to some places, cheesecake is pie. Some places, it's cake. And some places called tart. Interesting. I love cheesecake. Oh my god, if I could be a cheesecake. Oreo cheesecake. Looks like... Don't... Ooh, it would... Yeah, I agree with you on that, Doc. Do you do? You could probably play another match of Deadlock. Don't listen to me. Clips, it's time for... Ooh. Lady Geist is so pretty. Her little arm is so funny. Damn! See, like, I feel like I need to learn how to, I need to learn the characters better of, like, what their abilities do what and what type of damage does better with it so I can understand which to build more. Because you did a shit ton of fucking damage there. God damn. I feel very foreign in the stream. And why is that, Fire? I mean, I can tell why, but also, like, nah. For me, I love food. I don't care what it's classified as. If you present me a delicious dish, I'll probably still eat it, unless I'm allergic to it. Then I still probably might eat it, truth be told. That type of cake, I thought it would be... I think it got glossed over by accident. I saw what flavor you said, Haunted. I think we're really locked in. We got really locked into like actually talking about the different cakes and different sweets. Give y'all a recipe to my dad's cherry rum chocolate cheesecake. That sounds fucking delicious. Looks yummy. Yeah, it does look really good. Because language and culture differences, the whole cake thing. I think that's really cool though. I mean, it's the same thing with cookies and biscuits. If we start talking about cookies and biscuits, it's going to start a different, like, not war, but like a different combo too, because it's different in other places. Truthfully, for me, I had some fights with some friends before about cake, because they were calling me sweetbread cake, and I'm like, nah, that's sweetbread.
I feel like I don't have a country, because when talking about the UK, he gets mentioned. But who needs a country, am I right? I just haunt Europe.
You haunt the underworld of it. I think of you too with the UK. Even, oh my god, even Quiet. Like, there's a good couple of UK people that, like, no matter what, like, actual cultural representation you are, you know about what is there. Most abilities do spirit damage, so purple perks boost that. Gun do yellow. Yeah, I just need to figure it out what works best for each. For Haze, I actually really like Haze. I fucking hate Haze because I love Holiday so much. And Holiday is so good, but she's so hard to play because she's so slower and you have to hit the chunky damage. But then a Haze just walks up and just goes to you and it's like, I'm still trying to reload my gun. That's how I feel about Haze. But I really do like playing Haze. Feeling you get perks? Yeah, I just need to figure out what works best. For Paige, I have my Paige locked down. I've been testing out different things and different builds, like pre-builds from people's, like guides, but yes, I like my Paige. Some other people, I'm not too entirely sure. Because I have built Misfortune in League of Legends with magic damage before. Wonderful. But I also mainly built her with weapon damage. So, like, I know it's possible. I just don't know these fucking perks. So I need to read in for each of the perk. Found a pumpkin and white chocolate chip cookies recently. Oh, those shits are so fucking good. Wee, wee, wee. Wee, wee, wee. Which is more American definition of cookies and biscuits than the British ones? Ooh. Wait, let me look at this. Also, Fire, I love different cultures. Like I said, I love food in general. Ooh. Okay. Dutch word for cookies. Yes. So, like, I like hearing the different cultures. Ooh. Interesting. Twice break bed. So tired today. However, I'm off all next week, so I'm winning, I think. I think you are. You get some time to rest now. You like Sammy? I agree with Haunted. Go full gun with Haze and build. Yeah, same. I do full gun for Haze. I think it was Holiday. I was mixing in some purple, but mainly yellow. Bullet bounce perk. You can do funny builds too, like Gun Billy. Dude, I fucking love Billy. I don't play Billy though. My friend plays Billy, and by that, Jordy is the Billy. He hasn't been playing Billy though, so it's fine. Someday I'm gonna go to Europe, eat the food. Dude, I'm pretty sure it's when I was in Switzerland, and there was this sweet breakfast that I had, and it was so fucking good. And to this day, I've been like trying to find exactly what it is, but I haven't found exactly what it is. But I found similar things to it. That shit was so fucking good. Refuse to mix by hand. No, you're so real for that. Some things I'll mix by hand, like if I'm making brownies, or certain like the box ready made like box things where you just put the few things in. I don't mind mixing that. But there's some things that I'm like, I don't want to mix this. Holiday is so silly. I love Holiday. I love my Cowboys. I love them a lot. I always play the Cowboys, no matter what. I love them so much. Things in my country, feel free to ask. Hell yeah. See, I mean, it's okay to feel like out of place because like, yeah, we're talking about stuff and it's different in your culture and that's completely fine. But like, never feel too out of place because I love hearing about this stuff. A spoiled with a kitchen. Dude. I feel, yeah, we did not have one. And I have like my big heavy duty whisk, like actual like baker whisk from my grandpa because we used to always bake. But we have a KitchenAid. That shit's so fucking nice. When I make gingerbread cookies, I use that because there ain't no way that I'm gonna fucking mix that shit because I make it from scratch. Thank you, Fire. Yeah. Talking about cowboys because I'm a cowboy. Me too. Me too, especially with Ash and Holiday and Cassidy. Can't forget Cassidy, but I play Ash more. Trying to be able to travel one day. Want to go explore Wales? Oh, we'll make it happen, Kai. We will. We will make it happen. If we make it happen, then I'll come out and we'll go explore it together. We'll get the gang. On one of the stand mixers. Robin egg blue one. I'm gonna classify as Tiffany blue. Oh, okay. I mean, Robin egg blue, I know what that means, but Tiffany blue, I for sure know what that means. I know what color that is. Hi, Ryu. Let's see. 13, 17, and 5. You're doing good overall. You're doing really good. You're having a great day. About as uncowboy as you can get. That you say, okay, we will be the cowboys for you. Do not worry one bit. Go explore quiet one day. Yes. We get the whole gang. Let's see, I'll do it. I just can't read that. 15, 17, and 8. You're doing good. You are doing good. A little tired, but you're good. That's it. Just a little tired, and you can come back from that. As a quick rundown. Oh, I knocked over Poppy. She's so cute, but she just sits on her chair, so I knock her down all the time. But I love her. She sits on my desk because she means business, just like me. What type of business? I don't know. I need to clean off my whole desk. It's quite dusty. Okay, let me do Kai's roll. 7, 8, 17. Mentally doing good. Back is tired.
I saw a whale off the coast.
So whale?
Actually, it was 2 whales.
I love a thought of like silly little names being made because of silly little stuff like that. I love that. Okay, let me do fire. Ooh, 10, 10, 15. You're doing overall really good.
Me crazy. I think I constantly go to say we instead of yes.
Oui? Si. Bueno.
Poppy into the jar. Tail-eye into the jar. Sarah into the jar.
Just another one. Another one. Another one. Gotta get a little figure made of me. That'd be fucking crazy, bro. That'd be fucking crazy. What the fuck was I talking about? Oh, I was doing the rundown. We were playing Outlast Trails today. We were gonna play a little bit, probably of the Halloween event, and a little bit of the Impasta. We're gonna go be an Impasta, and then we're gonna go be scared of the Impasta. It did take some time to get into those matches, so that's why I'm like, okay, we'll play some of the Halloween event as well. I would put all my friends in a box of things I love. Good, don't put us in a jar. I would keep you all in my pocket. You know, when you have overalls and you have that front pocket, I would keep you all right there. Close to my heart. Meet up with y'all and terrorize you all. I want to meet up with y'all too. One of these fucking days. When I get my hands on you. You'll probably put me on a list. On more lists. Pretty sure I'm on at least one list. I think I'm on at least one list. No open air jar. No jar. Need breathe. I need air. Can I buy an apron with a big pocket and put y'all in it? Yeah. Yeah. I love that. Oh my god, I accidentally sound out of my YouTube the other day. And I was just like, fuck. I went to go switch accounts and I logged out. And I'm like, this is not what I want. This is so interesting. Oh. Well, the new short on YouTube has no views right now, but the other one went up. It's just so interesting when it gets pushed out, because last time I posted it and then I just left it. Yeah, I see that shit. I need to figure out how to use the algorithm. I don't know how to use the algorithm. I do have a question. Unfortunately, Doc, this might put you on a list. Druid turns into kangaroo. I love the animal. It's so cute. Druid thinks, thanks. It has pockets. Druid says, okay, just gonna pick you up and put you in my little pocket now. Getting friends with non-binary people, people that are so funny is because it's just like point them and them, point them too. We got them and them. I love using them and they as like pronouns. It's so funny. It does fuck me up sometimes, but that's just because like how those words like normally how they're used, and sometimes it's like wait, I can't. That's not how I use it in a sentence. That's not how I'm supposed to. It's very funny, but like I love them. What is he gonna say? What was the question? I was gonna put me on a list. I know. I was gonna put you on a list. Oh, I was like going through my head. I was like, what was I talking about? Halloween costumes. I had 2 ideas. And I only remember half of them. Oh, I thought about it. I don't know if I have the stuff to do this. So, like, I need to see what I have because, unfortunately, I can't just run down to Joann's now. It's no more. I have no Joann's to just run to. So it really depends on what fabric I have. But I have 2 ideas for costumes. One, I can be Evie from The Mummy. Which outfit? I don't know. Would like to do the really pretty black lacy outfit. Love her in that because I can curl my hair, or I can do her normal librarian outfit, you know, options, or her second movie outfit. Do love that one. Or one of the sisters from Resident Evil Village. I'm looking straight at you guys. Black lacy outfit. Well, yeah, see, the joke is they technically both are. I mean, it's not really like lace. I don't know. Hold on. Let me look at the Mummy one. Evie. Evelyn. Hers is just like, it has lace, but it's literally just a black fit. It's just a black dress. It's like, she has a flowy outfit in that one. She's so pretty. God, I love her. She's so pretty. So I'm just staring at Evelyn now. Evie's so pretty. Hey, bud. Turn, shaved, clean, and... I love you, Pasuto. I love you so much. I think you dress as Daddy from Hades. Doc, I see what you're doing. I know those characters. Uh-huh. You want me to dress up as one of those? It is, but if you show up in a black lace, I gotta go, because you definitely... No fair. I don't mean full, like, the outfits have lace. That's like the definition that probably best describes those outfits. But yeah, so, sorry, in fact, dude, yes, Doc, they are both, in fact. You're just like, man, what if you just do like this character or this one? You know, nothing. They're completely normal outfits. That I'm the only... the only comic. But I'm glad. I hope your migraines are getting better, bud. Community, of course, because I love my silly little guys. I just want to make everybody's lives a little better. Said what I said, girl. Oh no, you real as hell. I mean, Doc's no better right now. Turnip. Doc's no better. But those are the options that I was thinking of, because I'm like, wow, I love the Mummy. So I can either dress up as Evelyn or as one of the sisters from Village. I just don't know if I have the fabric, but I think I could pull something together. It's not gonna need to be good. Me pulls that together before I pull an Alfrea costume, or would you like me to pull out an alien, a xenomorph costume? Won't do it. That ain't my thing. Wow, that turnip thing is really like... It really is like a hypnotic. That's crazy. Pretty no matter what. Thank you, Han dude. We've been talking for so long too. I'm gonna open up Outlast Trials right now because it's gonna take fucking forever to open because this shit hates me. Ooh, it's the doctor's... Oh, doctor! Doctor's curses back in the siege. Bryce. Pasuto, have you played Silent Hill F? The Impasta. Yeah. Also the Halloween event. So there's 2 events and they're separate. So yes. Today's the... Dig it. We got the Rios, we got the Impasta, and we got the Halloween event. We will be playing both of them. Falling in love with... Tone up. You said so. You're falling in love with me. Back to horror dog. Why yes, as we have experience while we play Dead by Daylight at night. That's quite funny. Afghan, it's too expensive. That is fair. I highly recommend Impasuto. It's really fun. I started playing it a second time. I won't say the information of it, but like you start the game again. It's like the same things. Like the opening scene, she's talking to a little doll. It's her little doll. She's a little kid. And then you get the other opening scene, the title screen, like just the normal opening scenes. But like when I started on the New Game Plus, everything's different. Like the whole dialogue, you get more of the story. Because now you've gone through the story, and then the dialogue completely changes. And I was messaging in the fucking in the general chat in my Discord. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? This is all different. Mixed things, especially because the writer being interesting. I mean, it's really cool because it's about the female representation of like marriage and like how the female are expected to be compared to the men. So I really like it that. I think that's really cool, and it's about trauma. Jokes about it being Silent Hill when I cry is 100% on point. It's like, It's also a loop story. Ooh. Interesting. How that's also a loop story. This is how it is. So like the first time you play, you can only get one ending. And then after that, you have the one joke ending. And this one is a UFO ending instead of like Silent Hill 2. I almost said Resident Evil. Silent Hill 2 is the dog ending. You got a UFO ending in this, which is really cute. Interesting. I didn't know who the writer was for this. But yeah, the story's really cool. And it really is about like the female representation and what the female is expected to be with marriage. And in Japanese culture, because it is a little bit different for each culture's how the woman is supposed to be. Generally the same thing. But even to this, it was still modern day. Complicated since it was a visual novel. Interesting. But yeah, I think overall, if it goes on sale and whatnot, I think it's definitely worth a play. It's really fun. It was crazy though, opening it back up and like I was telling them earlier, I had to bring up my own fucking VOD because I'm like, there is no way that this was how it was when I first played it. Because I was telling them, it shows the house and the like title card screen, and then it flashes to a different image that'll make more sense whenever you play it. But it flashed to that image and then went back, and I was like, what? So it's really crazy. It's really interesting. And it opens up a lot more stuff too when you play it a second time. So you get more things to open up. They give you more things and whatnot. So it's very interesting playing it a second time. It's kind of like I need to finish Alan Wake 2. I haven't finished my second playthrough of that because I need to finish the secret ending for it. After you play it the first time, then you have to play it again. You gotta. There's too much water on this coaster. I love this song. Maybe I give it to you as a gift someday. You get So Red Barrel opened, and Red Barrel's very loud when it opens. It scared me. Got the 4 other endings. Oh, you're so real for that. Dude, I love when a game has good, like, multiple endings, but I also hate it because I'm like, fuck, I have to play this again. But yeah, so I do highly recommend Silent Hill F. I was hearing a lot of mixed things, but then when I played it, I thought it was really fun itself. Download someone's save file, but I like my demon. Oh, you're so weird for that. Also, I guess because I opened this last night, the shaders didn't need to fix itself. That's quite good. Let me just completely get myself in the work off. But yeah, we are playing Outlast Trails. That's what we're doing. I'm very excited. But yeah, I might pull a poll up in Discord about which costume to do for Halloween. Setting people up to get put on a list. Pixie slamming demon with her tiny hands, sending them flying like a Gmod edit of Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. That is so descriptive. I love that. I can't play horror games. It's okay, Doc. That's why you have me. I'll play them for you. I will, in fact, play them for you. Don't worry. Okay. Let me tab out of this game. Please don't break. Okay. I need to be gentle with my computer today. I broke it last night. I don't know what's wrong with my computer. Outlast Trails. That's how you spell it. I'm a little bit illiterate. Should I put on the... There's some other, like, new... Okay, hit that one more time. Do this. Work. I think everything is back up on this screen. This is the only screen that I did turn off a lot of stuff on. So I think everything's back on. How did you break it? I've done it before, and I think I've done it once on stream. I've tabbed out of a game. Oh, I dropped some frames at some point. Don't know when that was. That might just be my internet. It's been really wonky. My screens just both turned black and then I couldn't do anything. It's not the first time I've done that. I think that's everything I usually have up on my screen. We are gonna change the music. I don't know what music to listen to. We're gonna play our Hype playlist for our Rate Meow. Maybe not. Maybe not. Ooh, 165 BPM. Let's see what's on that. We're gonna keep the music going with this game. I'll turn it down just a little bit. I can fix my music on my phone, so I'm not too worried about that. Let's see. Please connect. Oh, it should still be connected. I was recording this last night. Are you gonna queue as Impasta the entire stream? Probably not. My game spazzed out for a second. I just stopped. I was like, oh. Sat on it. I didn't do that. I don't know. My screens just go black sometimes when I tab out, and then they both die. Both screens die, and I can hear the sounds of like whatever, but then I just have to turn off my computer and then turn it back on. Cheesecake. Hey, cheesecake recipe. And then non-alcohol. Oh my god, I can see myself in the mirror. Version. Let me type it. Yes. Also, welcome to my room. I haven't changed it in a while. It's still set to last Halloween stuff. Get to have homemade cheesecake. Dude, I miss making cheesecake. I used to make mini cheesecakes. So like bite-sized cheesecakes. And bring it to school when I was in high school. I used to be very much a baker when I was in high school. Hats do we have? Oh, don't mind the bag on my head, okay? Ooh, I will say, Pseudo, have you seen... Oh, I have a cute little bow in my hair. There are some things that they've changed in this game that I don't particularly care for. And unfortunately, it's becoming a pay system. It's like Wednesday room. You're right. It's very on brand of that. So we have a store now, which is kind of cool because they have the black market, which some fits. I do like that. You can go to the old catalogs, and I was like, oh, that's really cool because I have the coins. Yeah, you can buy Murkoff coins now, but I don't know if you still get Murkoff coins when you play, because that's how it used to be. You just get them. That's why I have 12,000, 1,200, not 12,000. God, that would be so much if I had 12,000. There's also the daily Murkoff box. They have the DLC here, which I think is fine. But yeah. That's the only thing that I'm like, okay. They didn't have it before Fire. This is like literally brand new, the microtransactions. That's the only like super new thing that I'm like, eh. But you still can get all the other stuff. They gotta make money somehow, yeah. And they have put a lot of work into this game. And they didn't have microtransactions until now. So I'm not too upset. But I don't know. This is the Geister Halloween event this time. I really like the pirate outfit. This room looks quite cool. Oh, you can't even see that. Ooh, I hate that. I particularly hate that. We do have emotes in this game too. Oh, that's really cool because the Impasta. Oh my god, it's so funny when you can play as a group as Impastas. And go in, and I was looking last night, I recorded it, I looked at my friend because I thought it was my wife, and I looked at her, and then I just see the giant knife in the head. I was like, that's not my wife. That's not my wife. I do like the purple of that. Pirate hat? I'm just bad they added microtransaction to my copy of Uno. Not Uno. I don't have Uno. It didn't come with my Xbox. It comes. You have Uno on your Xbox. It didn't come with my Xbox. I have the oldest Xbox. I love that. This is one of the newest things. I want to see if I can be reborn again. It has a new heals. It has a new system for being reborn too, because there's a rebirth, whatever. I fuck with that. I fuck with that. That video is so fucking funny. It lives rent free in my head. Why they add it to Uno? Uno don't need it. I do like that. That's a department store one. Okay. Silly little guy. Is that a Muppet? It does kind of look like it. Okay, I fuck with that, actually. His face is so just like, he's having a stonk. Can I go back to the ones? Okay, if I had already purchased them, I have them. I was still finishing up this one. Missing 5. Oh, yeah. Oh, let me see. Because this is how we used to get the coins. I guess we still can get free coins. I guess it's if you really want, like, some of the outfits. Okay. I still don't like microtransactions, but because they have the black market, so you can buy some fits here that are separate. Oh, I love that little guy. But if you still could get coins, then... Yeah, I think it's more just like Helldivers. Because, like, I can get all the coins from that, and I do not have to spend a single dime. Because that's how I have this much. I have 90? What? Why did I get 90? They're handing it like Helldivers too. Yeah, that's what I'm like, okay. Because I still have, that's not the catalog. I was on, ooh, but they have some, so this is the Winter Kills one. They have some old ones. And if they release the 2025 ones, I'm going to be very happy because there's one I really want that I missed. Because I just missed the event. But yeah, it seems like these are still in these. So like, I'm not too mad about that. I like that fit. Let me change my fit. I do love this fit. This is a great outfit. Do love it. Love my little detective fit. But I think to match the vibes here, we need to be a silly little clown. I love this guy. This is a Christmas fit. I don't know how this is Christmas, but I won't complain. Some noms and I'll be back in a bit. Eat up some pizzazas. I have some pizzazas in the fridge. Go get some food, those. Go noms. That was my update for you about the game, because I know you like the game. Is it a little criminal? Yeah, that's what me is. That's me. Let me check the settings. I'm just gonna go back into my room. I'm safe in my room. I feel safe and happy here. It's not because I'm scared, it's because they make me irritated. I want to fight the monsters. Oh, you're so real for that. I mean, you wouldn't be too mad with, the frick is that shit called? Silent Hill, because you can fight in that. You would be upset playing Alien Isolation though, Doc, since we can't fucking fight that. Dang. Yeah. Only applies visual filters. Enables visual filters to hide nudity, sexual explicit content, and that could be considered offensive. Please note that certain environmental elements such as artwork or mannequins may still feature some nudity. That's interesting. We didn't have this before. I think it's been here for some time now, but I think that's nice. A.group player names. Okay. Gun the alien isn't bulletproof. Let me shoot that fucker. Yeah, I will sit. Oh, hello, are you stuck? Okay. She got her paw unstuck. She was a little stuck on it. There's how I feel without you on my mind. There are new stuff. How much does this take now? I think it's 100.
Know you're ready for release when you're
Yeah.
so
You don't gotta put it like that.
horrifying.
He just said, you're really gonna go out in the world? You're kind of fucked. Oh my god, this chick's just in her underwear. Dude, there was one person we were bullying in the, Is he touching her butt? I kind of want to try the special therapy. There's 3 new ones. Unfortunately, we might be stupid and put it on intensive because I am quite stupid. Still standing. I do want. Okay. Matches played 2. Trial selection minimal. Xbox selection specialist not present. Oh. Ooh. My hand hurts. I have like a bump, and I think that's a scar from when my cat sliced my hand. Group access. Invasions by anybody. Allow invasions by friends. Okay, group privacy. Group access limitation. Friends only. I think that's fine. Members can invite on receive group invitations. Okay. Crossplay on. We were playing the Impasta. I was struggling so much as the imposter. Apparently I'm not meant to kill. Like I'm fucking Dead by Daylight. Time of my life killing everybody in that. And this, I was awful. I was awful at playing the imposter. But then at the same time, I was getting bullied so badly as the imposter. I was getting every bottle, every fucking brick thrown at me, rigs thrown at me. Drink of the Living Dead by the Ghoul Town? Hell yeah. I think I'm gonna run to the restroom before we start. I'm not offline. What do you mean by that? You're back online. That's what I fucking thought. Spotify. Whiff. Okay. I have it on my phone. I'm not going to queue up the song. I'm going to go to a restroom so that we can sit here and play for a while. Dude, this shirt was a great idea. I forgot I had this shirt. Wonderful. Hold on. Where's Nancy? Okay. Oh my god. My dinosaur fell off the bed, bro. Nessie's here. Please keep company with Nessie. Don't leave Nessie alone, okay? Nessie will cry. I'll be right back. Go back to sleep. Okay. I miss her. I miss you too. Hello. Okay. I got 2 cuties. So as you could hear, probably me checking on my cat because she was just looking at me. Do. Add to queue? Oh no, does she want up? I just gotta... It was Ghoul Town, right? Yes. There you go. Welcome back to queue. Probably end up getting up again sometime soon to get more drink, but I have enough drink for now. We're gonna try this for now. We're gonna try Imposter. Playing as Impasta. I struggled so much with the Impasta. It was crazy. We're gonna see how long this takes. It took a while last night, but there was a group of 3 of us, and it tries to match you to the same amount. So we'll see. It felt very much like the killer queue times from Dead by Daylight when it was 2v8. So that's why I'm like, okay. Cowboy vibe song. I see it. I'm gonna turn it up. There we go. No. So now we can sit and yap because now we're just waiting. So that's why I'm like, I think we'll play some of the Halloween event as well. Because I don't know how long these wait times are gonna be. I want to get a group of 4, so I might see if the rest of my friends are free later. Best cheesecake? Yay!
You still got some work ahead of you.
You're ugly. Anyways, yay, Kai! Thank you, thank you. Escalation attempts? Oh yeah, I haven't played Escalation at like all. I don't know if I've ever. Oh my god, I did the event with Amelia when we straight up escaped. Not that you're ugly. He's hating on us. Time 3, almost 4 hours. Damn, somebody was in the escalation for 7 hours. Kiki plays usually. That's crazy. I like escalation, but I also don't. Like, it's not my thing. I'd rather just do the trials. But I remember with the Amelia lore drop with everything, like we straight up escaped when we took off the headsets. We got them drilled off of us and everything. That was crazy. Some trials later. Just need some space on my drives for it. You're so honestly, you're so real for that. Me when I didn't have my other terabyte, my other SSD that I got, I had no space. Agent trials completed. Damn. Jaja Siwa. Jaja Siwa. Yeah, see, these wait times for this are really, really long. I think that's wrong. I think I might do the Halloween event first. I really want to play these 3 because they're new. Liquidate the Union scared the shit out of me. I was playing it on intensive, which I'm going to switch it to, and watching One Piece with B, and all she was hearing from me was screaming. This is going to be awful playing this on intensive, but I have no regret. We're here for a good time, not a long time. But yeah, if you ever want to play Trials again, Pseudo, you just let me know. I always have it downloaded usually. Now I do because I have space, but because I do love... Oh my god, I do love Trials. What are the, what is this? Extract... Okay, organ samples, the usual. Hallucination... Oh. Still waiting for my pizza to cook. What type of pizza are you getting? Like, literally no worries now. Literally any day. Considering downloading Mass Effect Legendary Edition on my main computer and downloading the mods I have for it. Ooh. I've been playing other games. No, you're so real. Sometimes you just want the comfort. I have more space to play VG. You're so real for that, Kai. Dude, that game is so chunky. Pepperoni, ham, and shroom. Ooh, that sounds good. That's essentially what I had yesterday. Just no mushrooms. It was meat lovers. No player names. Thank God I'm alone. More imposters. Oh. Enraged enemy. Increased threat. Now we're gonna play on intensive. We're gonna do this. We're gonna start with some MKs. I have no fucking clue how to play this, nor have I been on this map, so this is gonna take me some time. I want you to know, as for reference, for people who play, what the fuck is this? Outlast Trails. I did this one, Liquidate the Union, because it was new. Tried it. That took me 2 hours to beat. Because I was so lost, so scared. The map was huge because it's the entire map. It's not just one section. Yeah, I was very overwhelmed and scared that day. One Piece kept me somewhat calm. We'll just do this. We'll see if we can get into the imposter ones. I just know it takes some time. So we will get it. Feel a clumsy diary. Or do I save to prevent? Or do I save for the pervert gremlin? Oh, what the frick do you mean by that? Do I pull for clumsy dairy horse? Oh, wait, what are the two girlies? Oh, I need X-ray. Actually, stun might be good, but I want X-ray. I'm so used to my X-ray. I know, as soon as I reread, I was like, the horse, I was like, wait, horse. I know which one. Digital. I mean, the first one's cute. The second one's just... It's also cute, but like...
The pendulum, guiding the sleepwalking children into the grinder we call propriety. Change the channel, switch the program, and we will let you out.
I'm just gonna tilt my face up. Hey, there's me on the screen! We're just gonna tilt our head up. I don't know what images we're gonna see. Oh, it's her. There's up, but I want to save her a minute. I'm at the save her. Don't change the channel. Ew, she's licking it. Oh, hey, a little closer. Oh, don't put it on my face. I don't know why I'm actually tilting my head back. Well, is that what that? Yeah, I was like, I hope that's not what you're doing because she's fucking gross. I saw somebody who made an animated like little TikTok, and it was them walking into Coil, and I forget her name. Holy shit, where am I? Oh, what? I just got here. I don't even go here. I just got here. What the freak? Fuck you. I just fucking spawned in. Why the fuck did she come after me? Holy shit. This is what I get for putting it on intensive. Yeah, Gooseberry. Phyllis. But it was them walking on that, and they're just like, oh God, you got room for one more? But then Bambino came out, and it was like, oh, I didn't want to anyways. And I'm like, that's real. I forgot there's freaks in this game. I don't wanna. Not you, ma'am. I'm sorry. You're not a freak. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you mad. I almost tried to pull up my map. Oh, I can do this. Oh. Oh, right there. Okay, got a bottle. Sleepers in there. Whatever you decide. How? I hate Skinner Man so badly. I was calmly singing my Barbie song. That hurt. Syphilis. Phyllis. Hey, so there's an Impasta. Luckily not the impasta that... Hey, there's a clown walking this way, bro. Fuck you. Oh my god. Fuck you. Okay, somebody just has 20/20 vision. Hey, so intensive might have been the wrong choice. But guess what? Unfortunately, we're already here. Okay, so where am I running? Not into that. Okay. This is horrible. I don't know what I'm doing. Can I go in here? Okay. Oh. I'm gonna go hide again. Oh, thank God. I forgot he can pop out of that. My fucking chest hurt. That first scare, Skinner Man jumping out of the doors is what has scared me so badly. I have a clip of him reaching up as I was crawling through a door. I think my soul left my body. My soul left my body that time because I was about to ask, okay, so we're gonna lock in and just jam out while we do this. Apparently I'm gonna lock in and also still get the shit scared out of me. Anyway, how's everybody doing in chat? You know? How's everybody doing? Fuck. Oh, we're just gonna do that. Bye, little guy. You keep sleeping there. Don't worry about me. Okay, so we gotta find organs. God, bro, my fucking soul left my body. What's that? Hanger. Not bad, still depressed. Could be worse, for sure. Real as hell. Real as hell. Sorry, I got disgusted about where I was. I don't freaking know where I am. That kid's head's gone, bro. Decapitated. I have the 160 BBM going too, so I extra. Okay, somebody just walked out that way. Don't look at me. Why is she crawling at me? Yeah. Why did she fucking say, how's it going? I'm not gonna go steal those organs. Just kidding. Please, Skinner Man, no. Okay. But could be worse. You know, fair turnip. I love you very much, and I hope your day gets better. Please nothing happen while I'm drinking my coffee. This is gonna be an awful round to do because I don't know what I'm doing. Is somebody else there? Oh. My bad, Skinner Man. Didn't know it was you. I love X-rays so much. Coworker just told me she was gonna look for a woman for me. Damn. What for? Brick. What for? Never a rock star. I'm so glad I didn't leave. Hey, so like intensive really does make them really mad, but like what's she mad for? Ooh, ow. I'm so scared to leave because people think I'm sad and alone, which I mean, they aren't wrong, but still, you know, fair. I will say, like, no matter what a person is, that was fucked up. No matter what a person is, it kind of feels more rude to just do that just out of nowhere. What type of monster is that? What? That's Big Mama. Hey, so this is our closet now. Okay, this is our closet. We unfortunately do have space for one more. What the My face! My fucking face! Ow! She punched me in the fucking face! Project Jaeger enemy cannot be. Ow! 3%. Avoid at all. Avoid at all cost. Going in. Oh, enemy crawling, and then enemy lost. Give me drugs. What I think, what I want, what I thought. In a bag, in a box, send it X on this box every morning. Give me. Dude, she punched me in the fucking face. I say fuck her for. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I'm thinking information. Oh, oh! I thought I was about to fall. Okay. Hey, Giraffe, how you doing? I got punched in the face, dude. My preferable women there. I said, like, feisty redheads with a personality? She asked, so does she have to be white? I said, no. Any woman? Damn. They really are like, okay, what do I gotta look for? Da na 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 na. Standing your information. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I forgot how to crouch, sorry. Detonation. Right here. Oh my god, is she just fucking following me this entire fucking time? Hey, don't come in here, I'm trying to search this organ. I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Oh, I'm so scared. Run for my fucking life. Run, run, bitch, run. Please, get out of there. She's so fucking huge. Stop getting punched, but I was hiding in a locker too, Giraffe. I don't know which way she is. I think she's over there. That thing's horrifying. I was shaking in my boots, bro. Na, 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 na. Na, na, na. Hey! Oh. That didn't hurt me. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Just, oh my god, that scared me. I feel very dizzy. I'm a sleepless cell. Oh, good heavens! Can't bore me. Hide Mikey right meow. Hey, so intensive is very scary. I guess I'll accept her judgment. Her being a lesbian, she might know more. True. Fuck you, Skinner Man. She might know a little bit more. So she might actually, you know, be able to help quite a bit. Nobody's fucking here. The coach to modify the message. Oh, okay, interesting.
Hey.
Anyways, Giraffe, how is your day going? My life flashed in front of me. Yes, that gay boy, the black boy, that thing about you, and about you. So this is a 15-minute challenge. Typically could be done within 15 minutes. I'm hiding in my little hole again. Fuck you. I'm good. I hope you're well too. I'm good. I'm glad you're doing good. Honestly, I'm doing amazing. Other than being scared from this game, I'm doing amazing. This is what I get for not playing a game for so long. Oh, hey, Stinky Man. I'm prepared if you stink me up. I think I literally just have to go. There's so many. I put it on intensive. What did I fucking think was gonna happen? Hey, so there's a big lady there. What's that noise? About that okay, boy. Play, boy. Again about you. About you. Dude, I love how this area looks. Oh my god, it reminds me of Bendy. Play, boy. Again about you. One is fire. Oh, fuck this shit. You think she saw me? 3-minute challenge equals 35. Okay, no, actually, usually I'm very good at these. Unfortunately, when I put it out, I put it on intensive, so it's harder. And 2, I've never played this one before, so I also don't know what I'm doing. So I kind of made it worse for myself. Seeing how an MK challenge, which is like 30, like honestly 20 to 40 minutes. It took me 2 hours because I didn't know what I was doing. I was so scared. I couldn't hear because I was hearing Luffy scream. Oh, okay. Just put on Run Boy Run for you. What is you? 2 does go over there. What? Who saw me? Behind me. Behind me. Holy shit. Holy shit. She's so fucking fast. If I just lock in, I think I can do it. I mean, I'm gonna have to do it either way. I'm not losing. Unfortunately, I don't take losing as an option, so I have to win. Ow, I really fucked up my hand. I don't know how. I know you're there, Skinner Man. I think I might need to put it on standard. I think I'm a wimp. I think I'm scared. This is gonna be so fun to go back through and try to do. What? Mine. I'm a little scared. That's my trinket right there, okay? Oh, my cat's going to bed. This literally could be a stream of me doing one fucking challenge. I know it won't be, and I would never let it be. Should I make more Juju subs? But should I make BBL or Goof Juice? I don't know which one. I don't remember if I know I liked Goof Juice. I did. I'm so sorry to that Juju subs worker, bro. I was so nervous buying because I didn't know what the fuck I wanted, and so they kept coming back. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm a anxious shopper when I'm alone. BBL. Goof Juice is good. Yeah, that's what I remember from liking it. I remember from liking it. I remember liking it when I I didn't mean to gasp like such a little wuss. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I remember liking Goof Juice because I have the antidote in here. The limeade is very nice. It's just a very calm limeade because the acid rain, I really do like acid rain. But like that's very tart because it's tart. I should have bought that one because I absolutely love that one. There's a lot happening. Okay, Stinkman over there. Fuck you! Ow! Don't hit me! Dude, fuck these impastas. These aren't even like... Oh my god. There's a woman chasing me. There was a woman chasing me. Oh my god. That was a woman. You know who I think about a lot? I think about Burnt Peanut. Oh my god, why is there so much noise? Oh, I'm in the thunder room. I understand now. Dude, I keep on getting fucking punched. I wish women chased me. I would gladly let you take this woman to chase you. I mean, for your own safety, I don't think it would be a wise choice, but... But like... She scared the shit out of me. I shouldn't go into dark rooms like that. Give me the fucking thing! I'm very stressed, if you could tell. Put it on, put it on, put it on, put it on. So far. So fire, bunny. I have to do this how many times? You mean for her safety? Oh, good heavens! You didn't see me. Ooh. I think you got a little something on your teeth. Oh, hey, you have a cool ass leg. Please don't hit me. Hi, Mother Gooseberry. You know, maybe I should have brought my, like, stun rig. Dude, I'm fucking scared as hell. Oh my god. Hey, you know, Doc. Please take that woman. I don't want her chasing me. Not scared of you. I'm scared of you. It's okay. You don't have to be scared of me. I'm quite scared of you. I'm sitting like a normal person. This is not okay. Also, I just like looking up and I just see Kaiser BBL. Hehehehe. Gooseberry can get it, but that, I mean, the heck, the with how she's running at me in intensive, yeah. I too agree with your statement.
Can I help?
Oh, my back! Did I die from that swing? Holy shit! I did only have two. I only had two. Hello? It's so dark. Up until recently, I have never needed to respawn before because it's like, okay, I just go through my actions, like get hurt, heal, whatnot. I need to actually be careful. Somebody just opened up a door over there. Okay. Hey. Hey, that's not very nice. Sorry, the hey, that's not very nice was to my computer. Don't fucking hit me! I just, my screen's blacked out. My screen's fucking blacked out, bro. Oh, God. Hey, so I might fail this trial. That's my purse. I don't know you. How's everyone doing? Dude, my screens went black for a second. As soon as I jumped through that window, I was like, wait a minute, bring it back. I think I either need the stun rig with me, or the heal rig, I think. I'm getting my shit rocked. Why does that baby look like that over there? Hey, there's a bear! Kai, I didn't know you were in this game. I didn't know... My screen just went black again. I hear Skinnerman walking towards me. Sorry, I'm watching my stream on the side. That's very weird. There's a bear! That's what I'm saying. Okay. Sorry, my screen keeps on going black. It's nothing with like my actual system. Okay. Oh, jeez. Nobody saw a single thing. Nobody saw anything. That nothing happened there, okay? Please don't make any noise. This room is scaring me. Okay. I'm so on edge now. I think I should go back downstairs. Okay. Fuck you, Skinnerman! Try Firefox instead. I ain't even on Google. Take that. Okay, that's where I died. I died there, everybody. I'm so like cautiously walking. I see you, Skinnerman. I'm running for my life. I'm running for my life. Fuck you. Opening it. Na 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 na. I think I locked it a little bit too much because I got so scared. And I died and my computer was doing things. Huh. Okay. Is that fucking right behind me? Holy shit. I don't think I like this room. I'm at my wit's end with this fucking Skinnerman. Yeah, go over there. Yeah, yeah. I'm at my wit's end. You're gonna try Rival's zombie event? Ooh, I kind of forgot about that. It seems really fun. Oh my god, this is like Dexter. That's really cool. I should pay attention to the game. Fuck you. Organs. Sorry to the little guy in there. Yeah, the zombie event looks really interesting. That was a whole spine. Okay, bomba there. Fuck you. I'm so tired of Skinner, man. I think I want some bricks. Y'all I'm bricked up. You don't hear that too often now, do you? Okay, so where... Okay. Let me go do this. Sorry, that's really gross. Giraffe, do you play a lot of Marvel Rivals? It's just like a little dead end? Yeah, okay. Oh, that's really confusing. Just get rid of that. I feel like we saw another place to go, but I don't. We'll take the organ. Mostly versus bots? That's fair. I like to goof off of versus AI. You're real for that. Hey, that's real as hell. Ew, my hand's covered in blood. Ew, I see my fingies. That's really cool. Wee! I didn't. I put away my lockpick. I got so scared again. Where are they? Oh, right there. Behind me! Oh, I fell! Fuck you, Skinner Man. I don't have time for you right now. Okay. Okay, I'm locked in. Oh, hey, I found a room. That's fair. Oh, hey. Oh, I'm blocked in on this side. How lovely. Oh, you're shitting me. Really? Fucking, they got Luffy in here? Meowdy howdy, Gothic. I think that bitch is gonna see me. Okay, not gonna. We got fucking Luffy screaming over there. I haven't played Marvel Rivals in a minute since Daredevil came out. I haven't played Daredevil. Like, I have not seen Daredevil at all. I played it the first half of the season with Angela. But I do really love it. I just go in and out of playing it. I think as my friend group, I like playing with friends. Perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. Hi, Skinner Man. We go in and out of playing it. I need to have a brick on me at all times. Why is the music getting more intense? What number are you? I go in here. Can I put this in any? Oh, Hella's coming to visit. Also, Gothic, I hope you're well. Come here, Hella. The window's not all the way open. You can't sit there. Hella, at all costs, we just cannot leave this place. Cat? Yes, she's making her way. There she is. Okay, goodbye. All that work and you just always gonna pass by? Pseudo, I'm in hell. I like it that thing. Good. Have I fished for organs in you? Yes. Yeah, go that way. I have to use my equipment for once. Oh my god. But you aren't about... No, the wait was really long, so I said, okay, let's just do like a little, like one of the, Sorry. Oh, my ankles. I was just like, let's let's just like test out like the... Oh, I put one in there. I said, let's test out the Halloween event. So I don't have to wait and it gets me warmed up. I'm having the worst experience of my fucking lifetime. Not really. I put it on intensive. Pain so
When I was little, the other children never looked for me.
I put it on intensive. This is just an MK challenge. I'm an idiot and I keep on putting things on intensive. Do you need hand holding? I'm just freaking going through it. This is like, whoa. Oh, I know where I am. See, I love my team. I love my crew. Okay, the last one is hard, so we just need 3. Not an idiot. You just love a challenge. I'm just a masochist and love to be in pain. Not really. I'm just like, why would I put it on this? I'm just a silly little guy. I just wanted to have fun. I'm so used to playing this game. Yeah. I'm so used to playing this game where it's like super easy because I've been playing for so long. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Open. Fucking run! Oh my god, fucking run! Can I slide? Fuck you. I don't actually know where I am. I don't know this map at all. Which I think is what's making this extremely difficult. And I've never done this trial before either. This is really cool. I don't know what it means. I love my crew. Oh, is this the actual stairs down? Okay. Motherfuckers.
Come out,
Oh.
there you are.
She'll never find me on these like hidden stairs.
Sometimes I feel like a 3 little bears.
I just don't know why I put this on intensive on a map that I don't know and an event I don't know. Mistake. I made a noise.
Somebody want to play with me?
I don't.
Let's learn together.
Okay, we're going back this way. I threw my... She is not so graceful with that. Where's my brick? Okay.
Dr. Daddy,
Okay, we're in a dark room again. All is healed. This is just a case of me suffering through a game again. Ooh, what's in there? Eh. Has she left that section? Is that an impasta? No, but they are, in fact, like walking up the stairs. Somebody behind me? No, it's them. Is there one on each floor? Holy shit, what is this? Oh, hey. Sorry, don't want to disturb you, truth be told. Guess what, chicken butt? What? Sorry, I opened it a little bit too aggressively. Ooh. Organs. Skinner man. I swear. Oh shit, I can't hide here. Oh fuck, it's Luffy. Hey, so I'm hiding behind this. Whoa, that's fucking fire! Oh no, Skinner man. Oh no, Skinner man. Oh no, Skinner man. Get me up. Oh, fuck you. Hey. Use brick. Fuck you, chicken strips. Get off me. Please don't be anybody in here. Okay. I need to find anti. Ooh, just what I needed. Okay, and then we're just gonna grab that, and we're gonna grab that, and we're gonna sit right in this freaking corner. Oh,
Dr. Futterman.
I only have one brick left.
Sound like a naughty child.
Getting stinky, yeah.
We have to save the children.
Does she see me? We have to save the children.
Nothing is as important as dental hygiene.
Oh, I made a weird noise with my mouth when I did that. I didn't mean to burp that aggressively. I think I'm getting... Oh no, I forgot I get scared, I burp. When I get really scared, I start burping. Because I was like, why did I burp? I haven't had like anything like really bad for my tummy.
What can you do to me?
So I think I need to put that because I think it goes... I think I have to take it down. I think it's one per floor. So let's just get this here. Put that there. I have a lot of health on me. Okay, now we're gonna do a little circle. Little circle. This is such a cool map. Ooh, a brick. Pick up 50 items. Cool, thank you. We're gonna go hide right here. Oh my god. I think I have to do this 4 times. I hope not. I hope it's a case. Oh, hey, that I just realized that was a person. Because there's like 4 codes, but I think because I'm 1, I don't have to. It's just kind of a boppa song. Okay. We got this. Wait, I'm right here. I do need a few more organs. Don't you dare. I saw that. I knew. Big sip. Chug. I have my normal... Can I help you? I look over to grab this and Hella's just sitting on the bed staring at me. Do you want to leave? Can I help you, meow? She's just staring at me. She's not blinking. The cat is not blinking. Are you? Is she? Oh, thank God. Okay. She looked away. And by that, she kind of heard something. She's gonna go right back to staring at me. Okay. Give me that. Take it. Take it, bitch. Take it. She didn't fucking take the pills. Why? Hobby Impasta mode? It was a long wait, so I went into the Halloween mode, and I've been stuck in this MK for far too long because I put it on intensive. I'm suffering. It's really fun, though. I think I might need that for later. I should have just done that. I was panicking. Fun, yes. I've been panicking a lot. Skitterman hallucinations are the worst thing ever. Somebody hears me. Oh, fuck you. This has to. Oh, it goes over there. Who are you? And future. Run for the future. No, just keep on going. Okay. Fire. Bunny. It was not fun last night. It was stressful. Dude, that shit was so stress. Oh, you're shitting me, bro. Heart. Where's the door? Please don't be Luffy. Oh! calmly get under. I've been walking through doors or hiding, wife, and fucking Skinner Man pops out. I have screamed a couple of times. Gonna dress up for Halloween? I think I am. I have the night off, Giraffe. I literally work at 6 a.m. Wow. On Halloween, which is completely fine. I'm off by like 2 o'clock. I'm up with myself. Fuck you. So I'll be able to stream at night. So I made the proposition of Evie either cosplaying Evie, Evelyn from The Mummy, or and future. Run for the future. One of the sisters, the Demethress sisters from Resident Evil Village. I was like, what Resident Evil? Here's my favorite. Said no one ever. Literally. I love Skinner Man. He can fuck off though. Late night Halloween stream. Yeah, probably like 6 o'clock. Because I'll be home. I can rest, grab food, and then do whatever dress up of our choice. I want to see what I have. I would like to be one of the Demetras sisters. It's not going to be great. What is it going to be? Is it? Fuck you. Hello. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That's Phyllis. Okay, we're running back this way. So it's... Oh, okay. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I understand. Each one is a single one. Fucking change that wavelength. I didn't get all the... Oh, you fucking slimy whore. I hope no one's here. Oh, God. You know... Why did I... No. Stay over there. Stay over there. Oh my God. I should have just stayed right there. Excuse you. Excuse me. Oh, fuck you. We did it. 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. my time. You're thinking of streaming? I don't know. I think I'm gonna look for some like small horror games. If not, well, B+ isn't the worst. Not the worst. I expected a D. When in doubt, I haven't played it in a while, but Phasmophobia might be fun. I thought about playing Alien Rogue, but it would be VR. So I'm like, okay, I don't want to put on a whole bunch of makeup and then put on VR, you know. So I'm gonna see what horror games I have, because I have a lot. So like, I have a lot of options. We're playing horror. Last year we did The Quiet Place. I never finished that Quiet Place game. Kind of feel bad not finishing it, but it really lost its charm because it was just like, okay, same thing. Same thing. You know, I get why some of my friends don't like Alien Isolation, but I fucking eat that shit up. I love it. Speedrun Alien Isolation on Halloween night.
Not great. Is that the future we're trying to make?
Fuck you.
I need you to join me in the miracle.
I hate when he tells me mean things. He didn't even tell me mean things. He's just like, do better. Come on. It's not the worst, but like, do better. Ooh, you gotta fit on. Oh, my room's right here. I feel so sick.
I see you.
I have never actually read any of these. Oh, this was the escape. I like that I can do stuff. The escape event was so fun. Play SCP. Ooh, so true. I've never actually, like, I've watched so many of the SCP games, wife, but I've never actually played them myself. Nor on stream. Should do that sometime. Innovation. Imposter region. I've, like, never read any of these. I would have just a few. I finished that. Ooh, didn't finish that one. The American Century. Ghost of Outlast Future. Interesting. No. Amelia. At least Amelia's not dead. Hear me out. Resident Evil continued? What do you mean by continued? Newspapers. Ooh. Oh my god. I like that you can see the, like, use hiding spots. I'm a chicken. I am chicken and I use my rigs a lot. Ooh, what's that? Oh, I hit the enemies in the head a lot. Okay. They keep on inviting me. I will now block them. Oh my god. 23. That's crazy. I like seeing how many times. Complete trials. Still 11. Not bad. Resident Evil. Maybe a new playthrough of Silent Hill. Ooh, that might be nice. I don't know. I'll see some options. I honestly now I am kind of scared of tabbing out of this game. So where I would say, fuck it, we tab out. I don't want to tab out right now. It keeps breaking. It keeps breaking on me. My raviolis. So glad I got my friends to start calling them raviolis. Oh, thanks. He leveled up. Woo. I'm so glad I was at the cap level for so long. And then they upgraded it, and then they upgraded it again. This one. How many? Ah. Get that one. I do like that one. Who do I have? Oh, I didn't want to equip it. I had Skinner Man. Let's just get some of these. That's all I can get. Okay, hold on. Now I need to fix my appearance. I got rid of Skinner Man. Identification. Where is Skinner Man? I may hate him, but I love his little icon. Is there any other games anybody could think of for Halloween? Or that they want me to play for Halloween? Boy Scouts. Oh, that was the Deep Burn one. That shit horrified me. I have a bunch of Christmas ones. I don't think they did it for the other ones. Yeah, I'll keep that one. I have a lot of raviolis. Okay. I have a lot of raviolis. Nope. Wrong raviolis. We're finishing up this one. I have enough raviolis. See, like, I still can get more coins. So, like, I guess that's not the worst. Do I have enough for that? Frick yeah, room designs. I do like that mask. That's so freaking cool. Okay. I think we'll try to get an invasion one. My tummy hurt. There's a game you can play? It's called My Heart. I'm not gonna play your heart, boy. I ain't playing no hearts. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go put my cup away. I'm gonna go let Hella out. I'll get you, Nessie. I didn't want to get up again, but Hella wants out. Yeah. Would you like to see Hella before I leave? Say your goodbyes. There's Miss Hella. She wants to leave. Let me go drop her off. I know, come on. Come on, you're awake now. I know you've been sleeping all morning. Okay. I opened up my window. Okay, yellow. Let's see if we can be an impasta now. Oh my god, people have just been staring at me. Oh, they have the Halloween stuff already. Na 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 na. That's my water. Oh, I didn't even take my cup out because I was holding my cat. Oopsie. See how long this takes. Yeah, I do like the limeade. It's really nice. Do 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 do. I have 0 raviolis. What do I gotta do in this? Special therapy. I love how that looks. It's so cute. Okay. Complete secondary objectives. Oh, I guess I got enough organs. I'm glad. I wonder if I only needed 5 because I'm alone. I'm so used to collecting 10 or 15. Disarm door traps. I just ran straight through them. I just ran straight through all of the door traps. Use 3 booster items. I wonder what they would have been there. Throw 50 projectiles at enemies. Headshot enemies with bricks. Well, I threw 6 things. Only hit them in the head 4 times. Headshot enemies with bottles. Ooh, with bottles. I used my rig more than 20 times in a single 15-minute MK. How long did that take me? Think about this. I do like that they have them both available. Invasion. Invasion's gonna be evil. Evil. Rebirth. Oh my god. Release 1 agent. Oh, I've released 3 though. I think I already have. Don't I already have one? Eating door traps like an alcoholic eating alcohol. Eating. Hey, I'll have you know, I don't run in. I just run through the door, but I don't get hit by them sometimes. I did get hit by them this time. I'm pretty sure. Come on. Yeah. Oh, I've released 5. So I have to do that all over again? So do I get double? I guess because they reset the stuff. Never run. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, because I've gone up to this one. So I guess I have to do it again. I could do that. I want the skull. Complete all trial maker task. Create oh, interesting. Forgot about that big thing. Escalation. I really don't play escalation. I really don't. Damn. Oh my god, have I not done... I have that poster though too. It's so funny to me because I have so many of these things already, but since they keep on changing things and updating it, I just don't have it. I have that one. I don't think I actually have that. I don't mind grind the bad apples though. That one's not that bad. Acquire 1 imposter. Kim? Use antidote? Yep. That's rockstar. Collect 20 propaganda. Propaganda. Blind rig. Ooh, if I am going into this, I need to fix my rig. Oh, I forgot about the jammer. I don't think I used the jammer rig at all. Barricade I used a little bit, and I don't mind barricade. Jammer, however, did electronic devices and unlock padlock containers. And it kind of seems useful. Do I have anything? I don't think there's any new rigs. Because there's one new...
Well,
All rigs are experimental, reusable tools designed to help your therapy. And sell your new rigs and upgrade. Sell you new rigs and upgrade. Oh, but I have them all. Well, sorry, sir. I don't know why actually Jammer's new. Yeah, Jammer's the newest one. I don't think I really used it when it came out. These are the only new things. Am I? Oh, it stopped the search. I think it stopped the search when I talked to him. Okay, I guess I won't talk to people. But there's 3 new. Furric are these? These are. Rick, yeah. There's 3 new amps, 1 for each category. That's me. That's my shuttle. Oh no. I don't want this song. This is not the type of song I want to go in to murder people. This is war? Okay. No. Paint the town blue? No. I can't. Queen card? Blood in the water? Oh god. How it's done? Mean Girls? Check. Baby no money? Let's go. Oh, I'm the only... It's 1 person I have to kill. Okay. So we need to kill this 1 person. This is gonna be a lot easier than, like, before, but because it's a 1v1. You scared the shit out of me. Bad lips. There's a door. That's it. Check. Except I don't know where the frick I am. Making yeah, they're making progress in this because I don't know where the frick I am. Let me through. Where the frick did it put me? That dick like Moby. Oh, where am I? Hey, can I take this? I can't. I feel my chew. Oh my god. Yo, where the helly? Okay, this is a fucking huge ass map. Where is this bitch? Mika. I don't know where they are. Got pretty goated. Okay. Hey, so you can hit me? Hey, yo. He can hit me? That's so mean. Oh my god, this is so... You're not. I'm getting beat up. Half her dialogue is just... Whoa, where am I? She screamed? Half her dialogue just... What? They are you even an imposter? I guess so. Oh, then it more than a warning. What if I just wait here? I can't. I have 28 seconds. This is genuinely... This is... Oh my god, he's all the way over there. This is such a large map for like a 1v1. I go back in 43 seconds. In nature, they say, mark my words, one day you will pay, karma's gonna come. Oh, hello. Away, it's active prey. Ghost and talent. Oh, he has 2 collected evidence. Yeah, this is so hard. This is such a large map, and I haven't been on this map in so long. I didn't know they could hurt me too. Tell you sleeping easy. Where are they? They're over there. Impersonating. Back in nature, they say, mark my words, one day you will pay. Okay, so they were in the back, crawling around. What was that? Oh, hey. Come here. I closed the door. Hey, so I don't want to get hit by that. See, I have to charge this up. So I really have to, like, wait. Okay, so they ran off that way. I don't want to get hit by the thing. Okay, they went that way. This is so hard. Do you even get a rig when imposter? No. We just have the knife. But I still have some time. Second nature. You have to charge up the knife to be able to hit them. Yeah. I don't know where they are right now. And if you're quiet though, it's an interesting thing. It's really fun. It's just also extremely hard when you don't, I don't know what they have. Like, I don't know what keys they've gotten. I think I might just leave again and come back.
Hey, guess what? Whenever you're finished streaming, you know who you can raid? That's right, Monarch.
I knew what that
Coward.
shit was gonna be. I didn't even say no. It doesn't help that I have music blasting in my ears, but like, hey, that jelly, yes. Oh, you're just minding your own business over there. Well, okay, we're just gonna go through. Hi, Goober! Yeah, if they're so quiet, I can't find them anywhere. They haven't taken out any of the cameras, which is okay. That's where I just was. You say I love your hair? Thank you. Sorry, we're mass searching really quick. Well, it'll give us a little hint. Where? They're putting in the keys. Bum 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 bum. The jelly, yes. Where am I? I ain't gonna lie, I'm a loss. Oh, okay. I have a better understanding of where I am. I went such a long way. I have to walk around this guy. Let's see. 14, 15, and a 7. So you're doing good. Ooh, they're over there. Okay. I think it's better to go this way. I'm so like lost on this map too. And they have so many pills. So you're doing good. You're doing good, Goober. I can't necessarily like wait for them. Oh. What was the number? It was like 15, 17. Picking back a doll. See, they're being so quiet that it's so hard to find them. Ugh, not you.
Doctor.
I hate that I have to be concerned of those guys. Hell yeah. Yeah, you're doing good. Well, I'm just gonna run back this way. This is like... excuse me. Martina. I don't even think they put in the keys. This is why I can't play the Impasta. I should be the reagent and have to fight the Impastas. Oh yeah, they ate those. But they haven't even like come to put in the keys. Can I go back in early? Oh, I can. Let me retreat. That's just the allotted time. But they got that like a lips. I am like locked into trying to do this, but they are so freaking quiet. Ew, don't laugh at me like that. They busted that open. Okay. Think I funny for... What'd the iFunny do this time? Oh, not you. This is a 1v1 here, buddy. See, like, I can't do anything. Yeah, because I need them to waste that. Because then they're just gonna hit me when I do that. We gotta chase them down. Oh, hey. Hello. Yeah! I got him. Oh no! Come back. Yeah, what you gonna do? Yeah, come here. I can't see anything. So I don't have a plan of action here. I don't have a plan of action here. I killed her! Oh god. I have 10 seconds. Okay, so... just their dead body. So funny. Yeah, they took 2 pills though, so they're gonna come back. But now, I mean, they have the stun rig, so if they stun me, I'm fucked. Dude, they were so quiet. Hey, look at it. Oh. See, you can ping them. Yeah, she's just gonna... Oh! Ooh, we get front row seats to that. You can take pictures and it alerts you when you get your picture taken. Can I be at the end? It's so funny. Additional imposters deployed into a trial. Bye. Can I will take me with you? Don't leave me with Coil. We did trial. This is a really fun. It's so hard though when they're sneaky. Like they playing it right. Look at my little clown. Hey, I got a stab off. The first time that I played this last night with the wives, bro, I got bullied. I was getting every bottle and brick thrown at me. Continuing. Okay, yeah, it's gonna put me in as a reagent. I open collective where anyone can post anything. First thing. Hold on. Let me turn down my music. I'm gonna actually have to turn it down this time so I can hear. I think I see as an old man. Okay. A femboy. Okay. The last thing before and okay. What a. I think it's enough if I funny today. I feel like you said something else earlier that I needed to make note to.
If the children will not feed themselves,
No. Okay.
poison them. Then we will let you out.
Ooh, I'm going to the orphanage. This is the one that I got fucked up on. Oh no, it's gonna be back on that one. I don't want to watch this. I'm glad somehow my hair looks nice today. It's because it's freshly washed. What are you doing? Oh. I don't want to see him, Nick. I really want to eat something. I have a cutie. I have to play this game. Why am I deciding to do this now? Why am I doing this right now? The fucking Impasta is waiting for me to exit this, and I'm like, wait, hold on. I want to eat something. They're probably like, why is the load time so long? Oh my god, they must have shitty internet. No, sorry. I just compulsively really wanted to eat a cutie. So I must prep it so that I don't have to worry about it. I got that shit all over my head. Okay, let's go. I have my sun rig. And we gotta carry bricks at all times. Taking that. So they can take pictures of me. 1, 2. Sure, I'll take that. Oh! I've been invaded. Oh god. You dance, do you wanna dance too? No. That was so mean of me. Okay. Some of the bottles. Give me this. Give me the soup. We gotta make good soup, okay? I just ate a whole chunk of that. Unfortunately, that last reagent, soup. I meant to say church. That last, chick was so quiet. I'm unfortunately loud as fuck. Stop it. She's on my ass, bro. I gotta take the soup. Okay. The time and I keep failed message notice. Okay. I think I left that fucking Impasta to get hit by that shit. Okay, we need to find pills. Pills here. I'm locking in, boys. Ooh, a poster. No. Hey, somebody open a door. Give me that. I am so frantic. I'm so frantic. I'm like leaning for. Hey, yo. Da, 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 da. I'm so sorry, ma'am. This feels so mean to you. You're just a silly little Impasta. I'm being so... Did I kill him? Oh my my god, did I kill them? Did I kill them? Did I accidentally get them killed? My stupidity has won me. Okay, I gotta actually disable it. Safety is right next to me? Oh, you better be fucking safe, bro. Okay, if we just go so fast and play so stupid, you know what they'll get? Nothing. I'm scared. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da, da-da-da. I'm scared. I don't know why I just suddenly got scared. Okay, so we gotta go over here. Hello?
Hey.
Hey. I'm so. What do we got? What do we got in here? Okay. Okay.
Can't go too fucking.
Oh. Oh, shit. I hit my chair. Get off me.
Get back here.
Okay, everybody calm down here. I'm stinkified. I'm devil stinkified. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, so I would really like a bottle because I don't have anything to defend myself right now. How many? Church bleach. Sure, fuck it. We're going back to church. I left that fucking... Wrong one. That one. Okay. Down below. I'm gonna get such a off. Brick. I'm in an awkward situation here. Hey, so I'm gonna eat matter. Okay. You know, we're just gonna go this way. We're just gonna go this way. Okay, so we cannot go back that way. I mean, I can. What if I do this like this? I did this last time. Where I was so scared. Oh, you're such a bitch! You ruined my plan!
I was only trying to help.
Hey, is there somebody behind me? Or is that just me? I should really find a lockpick. Hey, so like I'm realizing now the fucking Impasta has not been around for a little bit. Okay, church side done. I haven't seen my little Impasta friend in a while. It's amazing. I can't believe I accidentally killed them with this stupid fucking Hello? Explosive. Mark my word. Imposter by camera. Oh no, they're on the camera. Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
Here I come!
Imposter disable. Projectiles are useless against downed imposters. So I have the 2 soups. Dude, my screens went black again. I feel really bad for this impasta. I shouldn't though. Hey, I'm running out of bricks and bottles. What do you have? Battery. I don't need that. Let's go find some things really quick. Thanks. Dun, dun. Exactly what I needed. Bobble. Okay, when I'm the killer, I'm dog shit. But when I'm the reagent, I lock in a little too hard and I feel bad. Oh my god. Hey, my screens went black again. It happens in like 2. Bole. You're so right. Don't touch me. Okay. Think about yourself. I mean, there's probably you know, it honestly really. Hello? I keep on thinking I hear like feeties. It's really hard when you're alone. Hello? Yeah, I thought I heard feeties. Fuck yeah. Zoom. Okay, we need health. Exactly what I needed. What if... What'd you do? What you gonna do? Oh no, they're charging it. Oh no, they're charging it. Hey, so I have unfortunate news for them. I have unfortunate news for them. I had my rig charged. I don't have it charged anymore, so I need to find some bottles. Okay. I need to go find those other bottles. Okay, she's on camera right now. I need those other bottles. I won't lie. We'll go get those other bottles. Are your graphic drivers bugging? My, truth be told, my whole, like, computer bugs out a lot. And I don't know why. Yeah, we're just taking that. Okay, now I have baubles. I'm so scared. Soup time. Soup time. I don't know why I just didn't run the normal way. If I sit here, you think she'll see me? I can't exit. I have one of my legs crunched. Won't lie. So it's kind of hurting because I have it crunched so aggressively. Come at me. Bye. I'm not waiting. Oh my god. Yeah, my drivers, it happened last night when I was playing this. Because I was playing this and then I tabbed out to do something, and when I did that, then it turned both of my screens black and then I had to restart my computer. So I don't know what that is. So that is something with... I don't know. I'm gonna return to the sleep room. I need a moment to breathe. I need my other cutie. Did I just get a... Did I get a hat I like? I feel so bad for that imposter because I know how hard it is. Just a 1v1 is very hard. I would think that it would be easy, but it's a lot more fun with a group of 4 because then you have multiple people. Thank you.
Excellent work. They say you heard.
I lived.
I hope you know it works the other way too.
I hate how he says it with such a... He puts such breath in his... Meet the officers, visit the officers to earn your freedom. Oh shit, I have enough for that? Don't talk to me. Sorry. He looked at me for a second. I was like, wait, actually. We could do a rebirth. Rebirth fucking sucks. What did I get new? Oh yeah, I got a hat. Did they? Oh, brother, I got a fucking cowboy hat. Oh, but I love my silly little face with that. I don't like when that's running at me. This is probably one of my favorite outfits. The stink outfit. I'm so cute with that one, though. Let me eat my other cutie. That's horrifying. Like having an impasta in your thing. I could peel this in one go, but I fucked it up, so. Oopsie. I bet that was... Hearing the footsteps next to me as I was pouring the bleach in that was horrifying. New experience. Never want that again. I seriously probably will if I play this again. I do like it with friends though. Because I did have my wife trying to stab me as I was also an imposter with her. I'm like, wait, that's me. I have a pile of kitties. What else did I get? I got a whole outfit. Oh yeah, I got that one. I really like this one that I have. I like that cult stuff on it. Oh yeah, because I unlocked stuff in the thing. Should be the other... There it is. Hi. Hi, welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? What brings you around here? We're playing Outlast Trials. I was just in some of the Impasta matches. I was a reagent, running for my life. Somewhat bullying the Impasta. Feel bad, but I was scared. Who's Super Creek support card? As I have her as my chosen trainee. Super Creek support card, huh? If you're doing their career, oh. That's like playing Devourer. You can't play as the character as you're doing their story. Makes sense. Meow, meow, meow. Let me. I'm munching. Yeah, oh my god. We actually beat it in one go. We all played it on Monday. We beat it. I recorded it. I didn't tell them I recorded it. They're my friends, so I love them. I'll make this silly little edit, present it to them. And yes. Hi, games! Some fancy, this is some fancy wear right here. My little... Got a backpack on and everything. But yeah, new Devourer update, really fun. I was extremely stressful as the clown was chasing me around. No lie. It felt a lot easier, even though it was very difficult because we didn't strategize it. Because I was just putting the heads in to burn. No lie. I almost lost it, but then we almost won it, and then we almost lost it, and then we won. So we did it. It seems it was a lot easier than the wedding one and the cowboy one. I haven't played the cowboy one, but that's the one I hear everybody struggles with, even in the friend group. Anyways, I think I'm gonna do another of the Halloween event. Haven't done the wedding one yet. It's fun. I think we've beaten it once. The slaughterhouse. I haven't done the slaughterhouse. I've played the first map, the wedding, and now the clown. I've not been on any of the other maps. I've seen them because like I'll watch Grizzy and all them play it when they do. So like the spider one, never have played it, but I watched that one. So fucking funny watching them play it. Same with the cowboy, the western one. I think the slaughterhouse as well. I don't remember the slaughterhouse as much. It's not one of my favorites. Oh, I did 2 matches. I got a lot from that. Pew, pew, pew. Complete 50 invasion. Complete 100 invasion match. That's crazy. I mean, this is a new game mode, so this is going to stay. I'm not going to worry about invasion too much. I do want to play more of the Halloween event because it's more time limited. Have you played Phasmo? Sorry, I just locked into what that person's name was. Have you played any Phasmo recently? I'm still standing better than I ever did. Hi, ma'am. I have the money.
There's one born every minute.
Still standing better all this time.
You be careful with that now. Don't
Okay.
let those fuckers get
Without you on my mind. I have them all, but I like my setup that I have. The recent patch? Yeah, it's fine. That's fair. I want to play because of the Halloween event, the Blood Moon. But also, I haven't played it in a long time, so the game genuinely scares me now. Because I haven't played it in a very long time. I'm not used to the ghost. My connection seems to not be as well. Also, look at that pumpkin. It's so wide. Oh my god. You play it unless it's to hang with friends? Because everyone already knows everything, so it's kind of like... There's... Okay, that's fair. That's how I used to play it, because I played it so much. And there was, at the time, I think it was like the first, like, 5, 6 ghosts. Really felt like 4 different options of what ghost it was. Because it was new. It had only been out for so long. And then they updated a little bit, and I was like, okay, now I'm used to these ghosts, and then I stopped playing. That's the overhaul items. Ooh. Looking for to survive. If I do that, that's gonna hurt. I wonder what's changed there. I haven't played in so long that I don't know what's happening in it. If I flip out you on my mind. We're gonna play on standard. I still get the hallucinations. We can play through the other 2 MKs, and then if I want to put the intensive, I'll switch it up. I'll be smart about it. Because now it's just more impastas. Trauma. In organs. Yeah, item overhaul is neat, but man, they really just went, let's intentionally give everyone shitty items and let them grind to get back to how items worked. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check it out. I do want to play it a little bit more, but because I also can play it in VR, so I'm intrigued to play it in VR. Which is the same with Devour. I'm intrigued to play that more, but in VR. But okay. I just like, it's just been so long, and I was at the booth. Oh, no, you can't see it. I bought the sanity pills mug. Very cute. Very demure. Love it. Because they had a booth at TwitchCon. So I'm just like, oh, I should look into it. Like, it's been a minute since I've played. God. The hair is like getting, like, stuck to me. Because the headphones. There we go. I have lost all volume in my hair, but it's still pretty freaking cute. Hair. Styled. Yeah, we're gonna play on standard. Oh, anyways, I think the vote was for BBL. I think BBL or a Goof Juice. I gotta try one of the other new ones. I know I like them both, but like, I gotta open them. God, I hurt my hand. I also like ruined my nails. I kept on picking off the what is it called? Nail polish. Let's start. We're on normal again. We're playing standard. Investigate the Minotaur. Let's stand. I'm hurting my hips by crunching so intensely. I'm tall. Now I'm short. Oh no, wait, I put it up too high. Can I crack my back? Let's see. I don't think I can crack it that way. There we go. I was tall for a mere moment. For a mere moment, I was tall. Now I'm no longer tall. Oh god, my little face on the fucking screen. The reflection. I'm not even looking at it. I'm just like looking up like, oh god.
You are the
Back here again.
who refuses to limit the crime's witness to your dim and lying eyes.
Why is he being so mean to me?
Like murder itself is only a matter of provocation. Bring them up
Witness.
with the evidence, and we will let you out.
Oh fuck, it's the twins. Oh fuck. I have to deal with the fucking twins. Have you played up against the twins, Basuto? So I think it was just... Oh. You don't recognize the bodies in the water. Oh my, thank you. A delicious meal. No, no, thank you. Don't want what you have. The twins are new? Yeah. They're the newest big mob. Their face, there's a lot wrong with it. They're twins, but they're also like, oh, but I love you. The weird freaks. But she's also attached to him. But therefore, with them, it came with poison. So you throw up. Because you get hit by the poison, you're like, oh, my tummy. My tummy hurts. Oh, my tummy. The only bad thing about this is that... I'm in a normal match! What do you mean? I wasn't in... Oh my god. I'm in a normal match. And I've been invaded. I can't... I don't know what I'm doing in this match. I forgot that was an option. I can't even look at chat now. Who did that? Fire! Hydrate? Okay, I will hydrate when I can in a moment. At least this is an MK. Ooh. Yeah, oh yeah, see, that's the poison. That, boom, boom, chick, boom. Sorry, I locked into this one. Oh, I still have my stun rig. Oh, bless. Yeah, boom, boom, chick, boom.
Proceed with caution.
Detected an imposter by camera. Okay. I mean, honestly, that's fine. They're on cameras right now. I didn't know they could evade this. Is it Twincest is Wincest? Not the Winchesters. Oh my god. Like, I understood the concept that they could just invade wherever, but like, that's... Hey, stop taking my picture. I heard that. I'm like in a normal match. That's kind of crazy. Like getting invaded in this normal of a match.
I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh no. Stop taking my picture. I need to hydrate. Well, I can. Hey. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, that's kind of cool though. Since this is the Halloween event, I didn't want to miss out on the imposters. It's not a... Stop taking my picture. Stop it. My brick. What the hell? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a runner, that's a track star. Oh, what's this? I shouldn't be standing. I almost fell back. I need one of these. I just need one bottle on me at all times. Oh. How many do I need to find? 3. What? What? I'm so scared. I don't know what I'm doing. Skinner man, stop it. I'm scared. Holy shit, that scared me. Let's just do this. Okay, the imposter still can't get me yet. Because I'm still just lollygagging because I don't know where to go. Okay. What does this do? Deliver evidence to the journalist. Okay. I'm a runner that the tricks man. Hello? Okay. Okay, safety guy, how'd that go? Okay, so if I can't take it through there, how do I get it through? Hey, do I hear somebody's footsteps? Oh my god, I do. I missed by a mile with that bottle. Okay. Gang, gang. Ow! Fuck you! I have one more bottle. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Dude, I don't know where to go. Like a bag of Takis on the shit. No! Fuck you. Hey, whoa! Oh, that's crazy. I couldn't get out of there at all. The bullshit with people about nothing? That's crazy. You have to fucking get out of here, bro. I don't know what to do. It's fucking gnarly. Like, I can't take it through that. Oh. The front door open. Okay. Okay, it's the twins. I think I might die a lot. Oh my god, imagine if I did that first one with with my knowledge of not knowing what the fuck is happening. That would have been crazy with imposters in it. Well, they're behind me, so I'm just gonna run around and figure out where I need to go.
You're seeing things again.
Ooh. Oh no, but I can't. This is crazy because I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go for this. I just go. I'm like, this imposter knows what they're doing. I don't know where. Dude, this fucking sucks. I don't know where I'm going. And I got somebody trying to kill me? Ugh. Hi, Skinner Man. I literally have to stun them. I don't know where I'm going, bro. Bro, I don't know where I'm going. Junior, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh my god. I mean, that's what I get for accepting, like, impastas, but... Meow, meow, meow. Dude, this is horrifying. Oh. Hi, Mochi. Didn't know you were here. Don't lick that. She just licked the bottle. Okay. Mochi, I'm not gonna lie, I might throw you off because I am so stressed. Rockstar. This is horrific. Hi, Quiet. Meow, meow, meow. I will do your role whenever I'm out of this trial. I am not having a good time. But I pull a what? A who? Dude, if they're just waiting out there, that's fucking nasty. I don't think they are. Oh my god, really? Now? That was Tomochi. She is making herself comfy on me. That was very mean. Rockstar. Dude, I don't know where. Yeah, the imposter's finding me on the camera because I don't know where I'm going. think maybe in there? Holy shit. I can't defend myself. I have to get this in here. I have to fucking run, bro. I have to fucking run. I have to fucking run. I have to fucking run. Hey, I'm in that same room that I'm literally, fuck you, trapped in. I'm literally trapped in here. I am literally trapped in here. I just have to wait them out. I cannot jump towards them at all. Ow! Fuck you, you bitch! Oh my god, this is horrific! There's a person chasing me, and I don't know where I'm going! Okay, I can't really do too much. Fuck you, Skinner Man. Oh my god, okay. I'm running into something because I can't see where I'm walking. Oh my god. I'm got in trouble because she... Oh my god, oh my god. First overhead tossed her cat? I think I actually know exactly what you're talking about now. Come here. Give me that, please. The formation. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, fucking. Okay, so if we bring it through there. Holy shit. Oh, hey there, buddy. I have no bottles. Didn't we pass a whole bunch coming in? But the casket, give me your animal. Do you have a bottle? Do you have a bottle? I hope this imposter knows that I don't know what the frick I'm doing. Adding your... This sucks because I don't know. Well, that's a horrifying noise. Okay. I am tweaking out. She also fed it alcohol. Okay, yeah, she's that one, yeah. I remember that. Okay, so I can take it all the way around this back. Hey, so like, is there like any more bottles here? Fuck you.
These walls are here to keep you in.
What the fuck was that person? Okay. I'm so hungry. I'm getting so scared. I'm hungry. Reading lore? Oh, what type of lore guy? Sleepless now? So rumor that she had sexual relationship. I love that, like, oh my god, that like wording, relations. Let this world explode. Okay. No longer am I scared of Skinner Man. I only feel bottle. Okay, we're no longer throwing these at things. Am I full health? Yes. Dude, I clicked that so many times. Whoop, don't hit that. I don't want to full up. Deliver the evidence to the journalist. Yeah, I would really fucking love to, but bro, this is so fucking... Why you gotta make me do all the work?
I just want what's mine.
Always
true.
The game boy, da playboy, thinking about you. Oh man, I'm in a little pickle here, bro.
Never felt so free.
He's never felt so free before. Playboy, thinking about you, about you. Mochi, do not dare move.
Can't let him in your head.
Get comfy all you want, but you're not allowed to move. Well, at least I'll see if the Impasta comes in this room. If I stay crouched, I had a hard time finding the other one. Oh my god. I do start burping when I get really scared. Oh, how nice of him. He closed the door.
Tommy's got 1,000 faces and just one heart. We're all getting better together.
I should have waited a little bit longer. Oh my god, his ass was right there. Bless you. Oh, hi, thank you. Dude, I didn't expect to be invaded. I don't want to turn that off. That is so fucking funny. Oh my god bless, I never got invaded on that first map. Oi, bro. I'm fucking stuck. Ow. Oh, there's so many people. You kind of deserve that one. Yeah. Dude, I really hate this. I don't like it because I don't know where I'm going. So this makes it so much harder. And I will get pissed off eventually because I'm just like lost type of way. I had no time to learn. No, I don't even care about that. Do I have anything in here? I guess I need to have a bottle on me. Deadlock killed me, so I napped. I was invading. So I went back to just doing the Halloween event, but now I'm being invaded and I don't know what I'm doing in this fucking map. But it's fun. I just don't know how I can get so stun locked like that. Hey, buddy. And I'm on standard too. Like, I'm just on the normal one. I was smart because I put it on standard because I was like, you know, it's fine. Let me see what I'm doing. And then I get invaded, so now I'm stressed. Bitch. I don't even want to play it because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so sad. Like, I don't know where... Where am I now? Okay. Because I still need to make my way... Please don't throw this stuff at me. If this was the soup one, I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew where I was going and everything. Oh shit, I need to go get that fuse.
I just thought about it. You started playing the game with the old man in the hotel. You didn't finish your second playthrough. I think Gothic liked it a lot, so I recommend that one on Halloween.
What? Fuck you. Oh my god, I didn't even see her. Soup? Soup. Yes. Dude, I have no health. I'm gonna die. I will not lie. I will in fact die. I feel like she's out so much. Yeah. I'm shaking. Literally fucking running for my fucking life here. If I get back to my old body... Hello. Okay, I have health, so I can at least get hit one more time. This map is so long. I'm so baffled. Actually winning super scuff. Fuck yeah! I wish that was me right now. I'm just like, I think because I have no idea where I am. This is making it so much worse. I do need to go back. I think I was in the other room. And get that fuse. I also have a cat on me. I'm stressed. I don't know what this fucking trial is. Shit. Given in our intaketh. That's what it feels like for me right now. Bro, I put it on standard because I was like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Let me get used to it, and it's it. I literally have to be so careful. Then I have that guy there. I literally have to go back in this room, so. I couldn't find that one person for so long when I was in Impasta. Blessed be, we have a bottle. Oh, thank you for the follow. That's really bad that I stepped on that, but that's okay. It sucks too, and this is nothing against the imposter or whatnot, but this box is so fucking huge. So like, let me figure out where I need to go next. I don't want to use my bottle for that. I need to figure out where I need to go next so that I don't get lost and scared. Skinner man. I told her no. I told her no. Ooh, what's over here? I didn't want to get in here. Okay. She did hurt me though, so let me drink this. We have bandage. Okay. Oh, we have bandage. Ma'am.
Oh shit, look at that. Hi. Hey there.
I think they realized I started struggling.
Oh shit, help. Somebody help me. Help. Careful.
I will run through that. Oh, I hit it. Yep. If I can get somewhere that I can do this really quick. Patsu. What? My toe! They have me locked in a room, dude! Ow, my ass. Do baby. I shouldn't have done that. I feel like when I was an imposter, I hit so many traps. I need to itch my face, but I have a cat. Dude, this is hell with an imposter. Especially like when you don't know where you are, what you're doing. I'm jumping back and forth. Dragging me out. Dude, I'm freaking out. Kodiak, I'm freaking out because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm getting like the slight tilted of like, leave me alone. I was just trying to learn a map. Oh my god, if I had my normal rig, one would be a blessing because then I could like, you know, was that somebody? That is somebody. I hear feeties. I hear feet. I hear feet. I swear. My stun rig's up. Okay, they're on cameras. Hold on. Locking back in. Okay, so I opened this room. I hear her. No, there's health somewhere here. I'm freaking... Can you just turn it off? I think you can turn it off, except I was just doing the imposters, and then I decided to go back to the Halloween event. I'm on the Halloween event. Me at the and when I loaded in, oh! Didn't expect to see you there. When I went back to the Halloween event, I loaded in. I was like, okay, this is fine. I'll learn this. And then it said imposter invading. I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, hey. You are, in fact, not trying to help. Okay, I need a bottle. She keeps on slashing me, and I don't know how she's slashing. Like, just like in general. Okay, this is where I keep on getting cornered. Okay, my stun rig is up though, but I am hurted. Loves streets so much she can hear them. You shut the frick up. I should be able to open one of these. You just hang out there, dude. Oh my god, a brick. Ugh. Okay, she's on the cameras. She's smart because she keeps on going back and forth between cameras and, how do I get it across? Na 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 na. Down the rock. I left a lot of toothpicks, lockpicks. I swear to God, if she appears again, I don't know where I'm going. You shut the fuck up. No, you don't shut the fuck up. You get your ass back in here, Doc. I'm just freaking the fuck out. There's so many of those.
We really need one of those times someone out-redeemed, but it's exclusively for Doc Imkick.
What? Exclusively for Doc. Oh my god. Sorry, I just freaked out. Oh my god, another brick? No, have my stun. Okay, so like... I am trying to figure this out now. I wonder if I can open that. I think I have to. Okay, you come here. Oh my god! That was not according to plan. Oh my freaking god, bro! I didn't check my surroundings. Ow, I didn't check my surroundings. I did not check my surroundings. Could you stop? I really would like some health. Yeah. I think I can get away from you, but not from the other one chasing me. Oh my god. Walking through that door scared the shit out of me, bro. Where did I drop my brick? Oh, I need to have this out at all times. I wonder if this pasta is out or watching me struggle. Oh no, I hear them. Oh, I don't. Mochi, don't look at me lovingly like that. I'm scared. And you're on me, so I can't flip out. I know they're just waiting. They're just stalking. I didn't mean to do that. Big. What? Give me that. Right meow. Oh my god. I need to itch my nose and I can't take a break. Okay, you're over there. That's fine. I really need to itch my nose. Okay, so I'm in the final stretch. I need to get this door open, I think, and to open that door. I really need to itch my nose. I really gotta itch my nose. I really gotta itch my nose. It's like fucking cat fluffing it. Okay, nobody's in this room currently. We're closing this. My rig is actually running out. I think that can open. I just don't know. It just also, it can't. This poor imposter is probably like, this bitch is struggling. If I hear that door open, I scream. My rig's gonna run out. Excuse you. Excuse you. That was my peace and quiet time. My tranquility time. My peace and tranquility time ruined. Ruined. Ben? Soup. Oh. Could you like not? What's in here? Wow, never gone through here before. Oh. Oh my god, so there's more bricks right there. I'm so lost because I don't know where. Can I go through the salon? I have to be able to go through one of these. Mochi, if you move, you're moving my hand. I don't know how to get the thing across. I wonder if the imposter knows I'm struggling. I should start taking out all the cameras. I don't want to waste my bricks, though. Oh, hey, buddy. That was not nice. Can I? What's that noise? You are here. Okay, well that's nice. Can I open? Oh, I like it. Oh, I like it. Fuck you, leave me alone. I'm so lost and scared. Fuck off. Fuck off. They took all my bricks. They ate all my bricks. Wee. I'm now more like locked in, like, okay, I'm gonna fucking figure this out. I don't. Okay, so if I take it through here.
Who did that?
I genuinely don't know. Like, I need to take it through a door, and so I have a fuse in my hand. I also need to find a lockpick really quick. I know I left a lot in the back. I just think I might need to go back for some of them. You know, fuck it. Let's do it. I don't. Bum bum bum. I'm gonna hate when that goes off. Nah. Yeah, when's that gonna go off? Whoop. For that freaking high skinner, man. I love my team, I love my team, I love my crew. So like, Oh my god, Mochi is like ever so slightly hitting my like mouse, and I'm like, no ma'am. Okay. Whoa.
They have no right.
I wonder if they just got scared. Excuse me. Oh, excuse you. I love my crew. I love my team. I love my crew. Oh my god, Mochi. Where are you going? Do my brick? Oh, that's my little pebble of a brick over there. I love the ring around the rosy. Ow! Yeah, fuck you. That shit frickin' hurt. Do I have... Oh, full battery, fuck it. We take this. Okay, we came for a lockpick, and instead we just bullied the shit out of an Impasta. Oh, I can't. Hi, Druid! I'm suffering! Stop taking my picture! Where are you? Stop it. No. Okay. Oh, that's just Skitterman. Okay. Oh my god, that's a dead body of them. I rock their fucking shit. Okay, I left lockpicks somewhere here. Is my rig up? 11 seconds, okay. Ah, here we go. Exactly what I needed. I came all the way back here for help, and instead I had a battle. Okay, no, we're gonna go get help with this. I heard that. What you gonna do? What you gonna fucking do?
If you want to fuck me, look at that.
Come here. I don't know where she went. What is she doing? Oh yeah, did the guy start hitting you? Fuck you. I didn't mean to throw the thing afterwards, but that was really funny. Oh my god. We gotta zoom the fuck out of here. Dude, I'm suffering through this. I am suffering so badly. I'm doing an MK challenge I don't know. And I got invaded. Oh, I can't slide. Okay, there was... Oh, it's right here. Oh, I was off by a fucking mile. Oops. There we go. What was that fucking noise? Okay, okay. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, hey, that's where I threw up earlier. I need to itch my side. There's a tag in this. Okay, so like I need to take it through one of these stores. I couldn't find anything in this store. Okay. Oh, hide. Okay. Like... Does that mean I need to go to the other side and take it all the way back through there? I don't know. This poor this imposter is literally stuck in this game with me. I will not lie. Just as much as I'm stuck here with them, they are most literally stuck here with me. Oh, that whole door is gone. Run! Run for my fucking life! They're here! They're back. We're gonna go to the other side. Oh no. I'm gonna foe up. Yeah, I know. Foe up. I bonked my head on it. Okay. Oopsie. So sorry. So like, is there a way to take it over here? I don't think so. We haven't really looked over here at all. I will not lie. Just gotta walk past them. Yeah, that. Be happy. Be happy. We're just gonna close this. And we're gonna lock this. And we're gonna think. Is there 2 doors here? No, this was this, like, turnaround. Okay. I don't know where the fuck to go! I thought the other MK challenge was gonna take me the longest. But, like... I genuinely... I really wanted to say genuinely, but I also wanted to say genuinely. Like, I'm lost. Sure, I'll take your organ. Sure thing, buddy. This is gonna be, I played like fucking 2 matches today. What the freak? This poor Impasta is literally stuck with me. They're stuck with an idiot. I should just let them murder me at this point. But out of spite of them bullying me at the beginning, they weren't bullying me. They just knew what was happening. I didn't. I hate... They're here. Oh my god. My cup's in the way.
Okay, thanks.
They said, oh, sorry. My bad.
Watch out, there.
My bad, she didn't know it was occupado. Okay. Just stepping on glass. Hydrate? Okay. They just saw me crouch there in the corner. They're like, sorry. I said occupato. Don't they? Oh! Shit, I forgot she was so close to that. So I lost my bottle. So I got my bottle. Oh, well, great. She didn't understand the occupado. The British apologies and walk away. Literally. Dude, this is rough. I don't know how to get past that last door. You're such a bitch. Ow! Fucking Skinnerman. Actually, Skinnerman's worse. Hey, so I lost my bottle. Oh. Oh, I feel lag. Yeah, you're a bitch. You're the reason I'm in this. This is horrible to run back the way that I just came from. Fuck you. They're over there, bro. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, dude, they don't know where I'm going because I don't know where I'm going. Hey, buddy. It's just so funny because I like, I'm so lost. I can't find the last door I can go through unless I just missed a door so, like, blatantly open. Hello? Okay. Because I can't walk through that. Because I can... Whoa there, Big Mama. Okay. Because I can open up that shop. I assume it's pet shop that I can open. Yeah, frick you. Dun 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 dun. My toesies. I'm so... This... I should just let this imposter win. I'm like so baffled. Because it should be open. It is the pet shop. It's literally the pet shop. No, it's that store. But how do I... It disappears. But like, how do I get it out? closed. Because then I didn't mean to jump that badly. Like, like, it goes into there, and once I get it to there, then I can get it to there. But, like, where do I... Okay. Okay, let's figure this out. Also, I'll hydrate in a second. I did not forget that. Just a little... Ooh, I knocked a lot of those down. Okay, so if I get it to here, this is as far as I got it. I can't bring it through there. It says, Okay. What, alright, 32 seconds? Okay. So, I can bring it through here. This is like... I feel so bad for this imposter. They did really good at the beginning. Okay, I'm here. Hey, don't come up on me, dude. Hey. Whoa. I hear little Petey's, and I don't know if that's just him. Oh, it's not! It's not! It's not just him! I can't. I'm stuck. We're going for a jog again. Let's go. Okay. Deductive reasoning. I can't get to that side, so I'm on the right side. So I need to figure out which one to go through. And I'm pretty sure it's the pet store. But I don't know how to open the pet store door. Petco won't open. Skinner man, you're not welcomed. Okay, because I need to get it through one of these. Oh my god. They almost got me that time. Okay. Because, like, there's nothing. I can hide. That's about it. That's all I can do. Because there's no cord. I think they should be gone. Okay, that's not them. Because I can't walk through there either. It's either that or the salon. Like, those are the two. Like, those are literally... What they freaking doing? Hello? Okay. Dude, I'm so lost. Okay, so if I can't get it through there and I can't get it through there... Oh, Jesus! You fucking scared the shit out of me. I thought I saw her fucking crouch there and she was. Can I open this? So my time is coming to an end. I have no bottles. I have no rig. I have a bottle. I hate that, I hate that, I hate that. Okay, so, unfortunately, we have made no progress. And I still don't know where to go. Well, how can this be... How can this be so hard? Like, I feel like I'm missing something. Like... Where... Like, I feel like I'm majorly missing something. Hi, Doc. I've literally not progressed at all in this. And I am at a point that I am genuinely just lost. Give me that desire. I'm just gonna come back into this department store and look for some things to harvest. I'm gonna need to put it there again. Is that coil I hear? In your 22 seconds, okay. Oh. Me too. Oh, I don't like those noises. Girly? Girly, stop. Girly, please. Hello. Hi, Goomba. I've been on this match for like 40 minutes. This imposter. I feel so bad. You're stuck with an idiot. Yeah. I don't actually know his name. Oh, I didn't slide. How do I slide? Okay, it's control. Oh, sorry. You don't mean to do that. Okay. Okay, so if we're trying to get it through one of these, like... I'm so... lost, scared, confused, got an imposter stuck with me. And me on our twisted fantasies. Oh, hey, health. Please don't be there. Okay. She is jump scaring me. This person is very much jump scaring me. Hold on tight. Because I got it through here. Mm-mm. Nuh-uh. I would say I've never struggled this much before, but unfortunately when I was playing the other big challenge in this, because there's no way for me to open one of these. I checked these rooms. Yeah, I checked these ones. So there was no way for me to get it on this side. Energy. So if there was no way for me to get it through here... Did I see her? Should I just... When games have such realistic, annoying files? Yeah, fair. Why did she act like Skinner Man when Skinner Man... Hello. Whoa. Oh. I don't know where to go. Like I have the fuse. that was such an unbothered smack. Cause like I have this. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. 120 seconds. Like that's the only, that's... How do I get it? There. Man, I'm so confused, lost.
There's that motherfucker.
It's the fact that I'm still alive. Really? Some weeks ago, Amazon fired a bunch of maintenance workers and replaced them with
Watch it.
I'm so confused. I feel so bad for them. I don't want to anger them. I kind of just want them to kill me. I don't know. I think I might put this on introduction so I can learn it. Like I like don't know where to go for it because I needed to go through the things, but there was There was no more. Oh, I can't see anything. Okay. Oh my god, I still have one more chance. Yo, that's kind of mean. I'm right. Oh, well, they had to go by. Okay, so like, where's all my shit? Oh. Bro, like, where am I? I wish I could type in the chat. Okay. So, like... Does the pizzeria open a door on the other side? Did we ever try that? Did we ever give that Oh, hey, a bottle. Please. Are these... Okay. Oh, not you. Okay, so that opened that. Can I take my box through that? It's the same. Dude, Cody, I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Like, I need to open one of these things, but I don't know how to fucking get the fucking box over there. I don't know how to get it over there. Like... I don't know how to get the box over there. I have been bullying them because I haven't died, and they've been really trying to kill me. Did this open? No. See, because my box is stuck back there. This opened this, though. But I don't know how to get the box out here because I'm in this. Can I walk it through the bathroom? Hey, no, I can't. I'm in living hell, Kodiak. I want to cry. I'm slowly solving it, but at the slowest pace. This poor imposter's been stuck with me. Get the help desk? Literally, get the help desk. Like, I am lost. I'm out of breath. Oh, my heart rate actually dropped. Hi. Oh my god. Because like if I put it there, I don't know where I'm going. What do I got? 10 seconds? I'll stun him one more time. Because that opened up that. Hi, dude. Let me not hit that one bottle. I just want to stun her one more time. Not really, but like... Eh. Okay. Thunder, thunder. Do I need to put the other thing?
Sarah, Quiet is biting me. I have absolutely no idea why he's doing it.
Why are we bite? What? Ooh, I got a brick. This is gonna be the longest completion. I'm determined. I've been gotten. Why have you been gotten? Why are you biting? Did Doc give you a game? I do love being in here, I won't lie. No, so I can't take that one back. Do love the department store. I've been stocking up on stuff. Dun 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 dun. Thunder, tongue, tongue, tongue. Okay, I guess we're back in it.
Quiet got caught lacking.
Got caught lacking? What happened? Oh, we can play Outlast Trials! Oh my god, play Outlast Trials with me! Yippee! Yippee!
Help! How you doing?
Okay, so we're gonna run over here. Thunder, thunder. But I only have... Oh! This poor... I hear PDs. But it's not my feet. This poor imposter. This shouldn't be this hard to figure out. Critical need. I guide people to the treasure I cannot claim. Do you like Outlast? Wyatt? Are you interested, like actually interested in this game? I can show, as much as I seem very stupid here, I can show you. It's so rough when you're alone trying to figure out things because like I've only played one I think I've only played once on this map, so like I'm really not that familiar with it. Where's that camera?
I need help. This is for you. I need help. Fuck, man, thanks. Hey, here. It's locked. Appreciate it.
Oh, that's rude. I just threw everything at their butt. We're zooming. We're gonna put them through it. Anyways, Am, love the franchise? Fuck yeah! Oh, they're getting bullied by... Excuse me? I have the door locked. I said I should get Outlast Trials. When did... Oh, I'm insane. I want to speak to this imposter. See, okay. Quiet. You literally are gonna have no idea what I'm about to add. But like I'm supposed to get it through one of these points.
Hey, Sarah,
but like I don't know where.
Game that Keith said they wanted in DMS.
I don't know. They're probably gone right meow. Dude, like, I only have one fuse. See Hoonie Pop. I fucking love Hoonie Pop.
Help me.
Like that goes there. That opened up that. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm slightly a little insane. Hi, dude. I can't get it through there. I can't get it out of there because that's blocked by that. This is honestly so funny, but so pathetic that I cannot get it to where I need it to. Are one of these open? No. Okay. We're gonna go communicate with the Impasta. And we're gonna go sacrifice ourselves to the Impasta. Yeah, because this is still not open.
Over there.
Because I don't know where to... I don't know what to do. Genuinely. Video game?
Hey, friend. I'm in trouble here. Let's regroup. This is for you. Thank you.
Oh my god, did I communicate with them? Dude, how long have we been in this? Did I communicate with them? 2 hours by now? Hey, surely not 2 hours just in this one. Hold on, I'm making my way. Okay, you know what? I'll say it. Yeah, okay. I was just taking a walk with them. I genuinely don't know. It's not that one. 74 minutes. Hey, it wasn't that. I think I had 124 minutes one time. Can I retry votes? No. Hey, I don't want to. I want to go back to the sleep room. I want to go back to the sleep room. How much is 74? That's like an hour. Almost like an hour and 10. Ooh, I got on. That was a nice. Talking full remake. I think full remake. I don't know. You're not gonna get any information out of me. I was respectfully trusted with this information and delivered. I can't believe I am spiritual successor. What's that? To bed. Have fun sleeping. Get some good sleep. Fire. That was so fun. That was so stressful. Getting an invasion when I didn't expect it. So this is what the bystander who refuses to admit crimes witness. Should we put this on? I'm on standard. Can I first of all let of the title? I don't know if I want, because okay, Kai gave me 2 games that they want. Let me let out my cat too in a second. And I'm going to buy one of them, but I don't know which one I'm gonna buy. I'm kind of tempted to buy that one, so we can't say the name of that one because then Doc's gonna get it. Not that Doc would like, but like, if I don't get that one, get the other one because I think the other one's cute. Then Doc's just gonna put that on the hit list of like games to get Kai eventually. Which snipe it. Possibly. Possibly. Escaped. I would feel better with this one. Dude, this one was hard too. I did that on intensive. I didn't know where the frick I was. I'm gonna let my cat out and go refill. Oh, that's a cute hairstyle. Like that. Give me elf ears. Nice. I'm gonna go refill my water and everything so I can make more GG subs. Dude, somebody should have just told me respectfully and in the game. Somebody should have just told me to go die. Unfortunately, I did start to get used to that, Impasta, and I started bullying them back a little bit. They bullied me a lot at the start. Oh, Thank you all for dealing with my stupidity. I will be right back. Here's Nessie. Scoot it on up. I need to let my cat out. Come on, Mochi. I have more water. Knowledge about the game, but I don't recall any beta. Exclusive that got spiritual successor. Ooh. Truth be told, I never even had heard of this game. Did we agree on? Did we agree on BBL? I really like this flavor. I should not shake it. It's gonna be so powdery. Thank you, quiet. Oh, let me hydrate because I had to hydrate earlier. And you needed a roll. 10, 5, and a 14. You were doing amazing, sweetie. You're just tired from all the work. And probably workout. Just stop asking. It's not a wish for me to know. Randomly guess. Honestly, I feel that at some point you actually probably would be able to randomly guess, Doc. Not necessarily from like knowledge of like the game itself, but just like the vibes and the art. It's a very, I don't know why, it's a very Kai game. But also, I know you. I know you well enough. You may stop now, but you will persist later. You will find this information out. So I found out which game it was. My head against the desk. Oh, such a mood. It's a very, like, I'm not gonna, like, give my hints as I physically could without telling. You know, that's fair. You did give some good hints. I did the worst thing ever. Sorry, as a sidetrack. Because I'm opening this. When I opened up the pestilence antidote, obviously there's stuff on the top. You know what my dumbass did? My dumbass decided... The scooper is lost. The scooper is lost. Did you put the foil side down, Sarah? Foil dirty side down? No, I licked the foil. I don't want to just dig around in here. I see it. I'm trying not to make the powder go everywhere. Yeah, fuck it, I'll just lick my finger afterwards. It tastes awful. I found it. God! How'd you lose the scooper was like in there. Usually like part of it was like sticking out. But like this time there was not. It was buried. I'm a queen card. Queen card. I'm a queen card. We're at the top. Jesus. You licked the foil, which is full of powder. Yeah, and see the jokes is usually it would be fine. My fingers are blue. But like, it's supposed to be mixed. So it's a very condensed form of GG subs. So it tasted awful. I'm not gonna lick my finger is in fact blue though. I did have to like actually dig. I'm not going to lick it this time. Oh, don't worry, bud. I spent an hour in a match that was very painful. We are the minimum prescribed dose of pain to learn the basic. Yes. If an impasta comes on this, you know it's fine. We're gonna do this on introduction. We're gonna introduce myself to this. You did try to do a smart move, huh? Or really did? Oh, what question you got? Oh, so this flavor is blue. In the tub, use a scooper to use it. I know, I just didn't want to grab the other scooper. I didn't want to grab another one. This one does turn a pretty color. Then ingest some very concentrated food and drinks. I've done it multiple times before. I'm having a very fun day. I don't care how long stream is today. I'm just kind of here. It's the fact that I've only played a couple of matches, so I'm very upset. I want to play more. Yeah, I really like... I would actually really enjoy... I would really enjoy BBL, but as a non-caffeine one, so I can drink it a lot. Because it's a very flavorful one. I like it. Once you see, like, the art style of said game, it's very fitting with the other games that Kai plays. Like, even without that information. If I get the stupid impasta struggling with it, you surreal for that. I feel like I want to purchase that one for Kai. The other one is just as good as a game. But I feel like that one looks really fucking cool. Does that game? Is it Kai specifically? Like specific now? I don't know. Kai gave me two choices. as the best way to describe, one is very Kai game and one's very me game.
Lying eyes.
If you know which ones it is, it makes sense.
Itself is only a matter of
They're about the same price, so I don't care which one.
evidence.
I think they're both cute. Just that one's really cute, and I feel like that's a really good Kai game. The other one's just a good game. Like, that's just a good game. I don't want to see this. I'm traumatized by this fucking... This is an MK challenge. It's supposed to be like 15 minutes. Kai, you're the epitome of that meme. Just, oh, wait. No, wait. Oh. Interesting. Hey, what's happening in front of me? Oh. I saw it reflecting up there. Ow. Dude, when the one, like just, imposter, but it wasn't imposter, but the one imposter that just fucking decked me in the face was so funny. I genuinely am putting back X-ray on because I need to be able to find my way through this. Made myself a PB&J sandwich when my mom asked me to make something that required butter. I stuck my spoon that had a weird amount of butter still on it in my mouth. Your butter. The Crest Twins are freaks. Okay. Okay. Hey, we're in the clear. We have not got it. So we're gonna try this on introductory, and then we are going. I took your spine, and then we are going to put it back on standard, and then we'll probably play the other one. Somebody flew up there. So you just licked a lot of butter, is what I'm hearing. Ooh, there's a lot of stuff here. Oh, that scared me.
Proceed with caution.
Proceed with caution. Almost didn't proceed with caution. Not actually butter. It was... I thought that said cock. Mm-hmm. Anyway, yeah, okay. Let me know which one you end up getting. Wing Kwong? Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh. There's an enemy over here. Play this game? Yeah! Anytime you want to play, whenever you want to learn. Like, when it's the standard trials, the first 3, the courthouse, the carnival, and honestly, Bambinos. There's like 3 main ones. The church one, the orphanage, the carnival, and the prison. I know very well. Take that. I'm gonna take that. Oh, I guess actually we're gonna put you back in. I need that open first. Those maps I know very well. Bambinos, I know. I'm comfortable with his full-length challenge. Ooh, hey, buddy. And, what do we got up here? Down. Any notes? A lot of bottles in here. Oh, did I put them both back? What happened to my fuse? Oh, I dropped one. Oh my god. I almost lost it. So like half of Bambino's, because they keep on introducing a couple other new ones to Bambino's, like a drug map. Oh my god, or... Well, that was rude. He has stuff on a... There's a union one now that is part of it, but there's also a lot of stuff that's dealing with like a neighborhood. I know that map, but that map is huge, so I don't know it to the best of my knowledge. Meow, 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 meow. But so those like first 3 ones I know very well, and I can speed through those a lot faster because I actually know them. Got that. Okay, so now without being stressed, there's less enemies. I'll still be careful. Question, the only hint I kind of want to know is the game on your wish list, Sarah? Oh, we ain't talking about a game on my list. It's just a very me game. Also, my wish list is open to to my friends. I actually don't know who it's open to. But if you find it, you know, there's some weird stuff on there. And by that, I haven't gone through it. So some of it's also like just random DLCs. And by that, I mean Resident Evil. I just want to take it. Oh, whoa. Welcome in, Raiders. Hold on. Let's put myself in a little spot. I was following this wire and it led me this place. Oh, I can go in here.
Hello, Raiders. My name is Sarah. I'm a variety streamer. We do mixed bag Mondays, family-friendly Wednesdays, and horror Thursday.
We prayed.
Roar, please join us on this wild ride we call life. Whoop, whoop.
Oh, I'm very scared. I don't know if Turnip's here. I'll give you a shout out when I can. I'm scared of tapping out of this game. My computer's been spazzing. But thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We are playing Outlast Trials. No cap, no lie. I'm on introductory mode because the first match I did today, it was a Halloween event. Put it on intensive. I put it on an MK challenge I didn't know. And this is gonna happen. Don't punch me, please. Stop punching me. You're just a normal fucking one. I didn't want to talk to people. Why are you in my face?
I tried. I promise.
Yeah, okay. Back in we go. Anyways, my name's Sarah. We play a lot of horror games here, especially this month. We're sticking with a lot of horror, but we like playing farming games and everything. Sucks too. I'm usually good at this game. We just got out of this trial. It took me an hour because I put it on standard, but then I got invaded. And unfortunately, I was so stressed. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know where I was. I've never done this. I didn't complete it. I still was lost. I was lost for an hour. Thank you so much for the follow, Katie. Welcome in, everybody, though. We are on introductory, so we have no invasion, which is fucking fine. I'll take it. This game is crazy. I love this game. I've been playing it for so long. I stopped playing for a little bit, but I love it. It's so much fun. I put this on introductory so that I could figure out what to do, because I was so lost. But how was your stream? What were you guys doing today? Also, if anybody needs to raid and run, even you, Rep, if you need to raid and run or whatnot, please take care of yourself first off. That's more important. Even if it's just to stand up really quick, go stretch and whatnot, drink water. I say I'm not drinking water, but please take care of yourself first. Refusing to watch as someone who's never played. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I'm gonna have the same issue. I couldn't find the last door to open like this. So I was very confused and lost. Was that poor Impasta stuck with me for an hour? Yeah. I do feel bad for them. They were stuck with me for like an hour. We're just gonna take that out. We're just gonna take that out. So yeah, thank you. Yes. Thank you for the follow. I almost said hollow. Halo. I fucking love Halo. But yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. Oh, it's a normal. Oh. It's a normal imposter, but like, are they okay?
You're not supposed
to. The door's right there. Thank you. Normal imposters, I can handle. Be right back. No worries. Go take care of what. I can speak. Go take care of what you need to. I will be here learning this map. I did this last time. I was watching One Piece with my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Microwave beans. Did you be microwaving the beans in the Yeah, okay, I can't speak. You know what? God forbid I try to talk. Dyslexia kicks in verbally. Dude, yeah. Yeah, it does. It's so bad. Also, I've had so much... That was kind of mean. Okay, can I open this one? Okay, so now we're gonna struggle. Because now I need to figure out... I think it has to be this one. Excuse me, pardon me. I need to figure out which... Well, if I got it... Hey, I'm gonna steal your organs. Is that a baby in a jar? Honestly? Oh, sorry, sir. I just took... I feel like your spleen. Let's take a little look-sees. You know, from this angle, it definitely could be. Why does it look like a chicken? Test subject. Oh. Test subject. Okay, so I've reached another point. I'm gonna go follow the cord. Whoa.
Everybody hates this.
Ooh, please don't follow me. Ooh. Okay. I didn't actually know that at all. So, does that keep that open? Let's go. I'm gonna go put that back in. And then I'm gonna experiment. Because I was having trouble figuring out what doors to go through. Oh, God. Bro, I hate them. I hate those two so much. I've been just trying to jam out. I honestly forgot music was playing at some point. Where is it? Okay. Does this open up anything else? Take down. The mannequins are... They're so freaking creepy. The other... Well, that's a little inconvenient. That's not where I wanted you to be. Oh, and it's Stinker? Da. We're just gonna keep him over there. Ooh. Oh, who the fuck walked over there? Do I need to open those to take them through the main area and not through the back way? I see. I may have fucked myself entirely the first time around. I was trying to take it through the back, like take it through the stores. Hello, Mr. Stinker? I did, one of the other new maps. If you know Bendy and the Ink Machine, it was very much styled like that. Very cool. Very much liked it. Scared the shit out of me, though. I walked through a room, turned the corner. There was just a mannequin with cloth over it. Scared the shit out of me. It does not help. That's... Yeah, that Skinner Man is just out and about. Okay, so I have to take this forward, but the room's open. I really thought I had to take it through the back way. I was ready to about to do this the hardest way ever. Ooh. Okay, bye. Dude, some of the fakes now are so mean. Can't play horror games by myself. Cool. You know, I think I'm gonna run a little bit. Oh, good heavens. So many scary games. I thought it's always so scary. That's so real. The mannequins scare me too, mainly because sometimes they're just normal, but they always pull tricks. Play horror games by myself or with others. I love horror so much. Whoa. But I won't lie, I get scared so much. But also, I grew up watching so many people play horror that I wanted to play horror. So here I am. I'll play the horror games for you, don't you worry. Even though I am such a scaredy cat.
Slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now. Oh, this makes so much more sense. Hey, y'all. For everybody who was here the last
match. I just had to go straight. I'm incapable of going straight, apparently. And I just made it so much more difficult. Feel stupid right now? Why do you feel stupid? Love horror movies, but games are different. Honestly, no, I get that. I love a good... I thought somebody was there. I love a good horror game. Like, I just finished playing Silent Hill F. Really fun. Love it. But you can fight the monsters. Not with typical stuff with, like, you know, guns or anything. I just had a pipe, kitchen knife, but I still could fight. One of my favorite games is Alien Isolation. I can't fight in that, really, and that sets off a whole other fear in me. That sets off a whole fear that terrifies me. Lurk for a bit. Okay, quiet. Have fun. I'll tell you info once I get it. That was double rude. Ooh. Oh, I did not mean to hit that. Oh, I have this. Let me see if I can find one. What's that? Oh, an organ. I don't know. I think I collected them all. Yeah. Don't let me forget. I think I already collected enough. Oh, let me just open this. I love when there's a little bit of lag. Okay, so then I just need to find the next door. And that'll open up the main. Please, Mr. Skinner, man, I already deal with you enough. It'll open up that. Okay. See, I thought I had to go some other places. I didn't. Just to watch Jacksepticeye play. All the games look so sick. Honestly, those games are so much fun because they're so well done. But oh my god, that makes it so much worse. I'm pretty sure I watched Markiplier play it when it first came out. I love it. I usually play it every single year, but we have played it for like 4 years straight now. I played it in VR. Awful. Oh. But it was really fun. It wasn't even scary in itself, but the chasing is what gets me. Especially not so much like those main bosses, but some of the other they're not ex-bobs, but I call them bobs. Some of them in this game have such a heavy foot and it scares me. Been using a bottle. Ooh. Yummy. The game was good for its time. Yeah, it still holds up honestly relatively well. Especially since like I think there's a bomb right in front of me. Especially for like the way the AI system works and that to learn like just the xenomorph's direction and everything is so freaking cool. Okay, we're gonna drop this right here and we're gonna go pick up what we need. I also need to find some antidote because I'm tired of Skinner Man. Okay. Oh, just what I needed. Okay, head and shoulders every time I washed my hair. I made a comment, this doesn't look right. Feels pretty... Oh no. Thick for shampoo whenever I paid for it. I'm gonna use it. Fair. A little higher in the shower. No conditioner. I've been washing my hair with straight conditioner for the last month. Whoa. It be that way. Hey, is your hair soft? Because it should have made your hair very soft. No lie. Okay, I don't need that. Wow. I really made this challenge so complicated when it really didn't need to be. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I fucking ran straight into them. VR horror, I can't. I missed Phasmophobia in VR once. Didn't even make it. Dude, it's so scary. I played a little bit of Devour in VR one time. Even in the main menu, because you can turn around in the main menu, but behind you was just darkness. That was horrifying. Alien Isolation in VR. I'm scared of the xenomorph so badly, but that one, I got used to it, kind of. But also, I was feeling more sick when I was playing it more than anything, because it's not built for VR, so it's a little wonky. But it was really fun. For what it is, it was really fun. Why are there so many bombs in here? Let me see where these enemies are. Okay, there's no one in here. I guess even the mean girls. Where? Oh my good heavens. Where is it? Oh my god, where? Oh, jeez. Did I need to do the front door first, though? Oh, it opened up that. Okay. Hey. I think I know you. I wish it was when it's the actual...
You can't see me! You can't!
I can see you, but also I'm running from you right now. I love when it's the actual people as imposters. I was talking with the last one. It was very funny. Yeah, VR is insane. There's something I can't. Oh!
I'm your doctor and your lawyer and your priest, baby. Screw you 3 different ways.
Freak? Monster sickness was fighting the ghost or my... It was unfair 2v1. You're so real for that. That's really how it be, especially like I haven't played VR for a hot minute now, and I really want to play Phasmo in VR again. And I'm gonna be fighting 2 demons when I do. Well, that was rude. I'm gonna be fighting 2 demons when I do that, because I'm gonna be fighting the tummy ache at the same time too. The first day that I did VR Alien Isolation on stream, I was sat on the ground at one point. I was just laying there eating my saltine crackers like my tummy hurts, you guys. Okay, so now the hard part comes in where, there's just so many bad guys. And I don't have my sun rig, which is completely fine. I can manage with it without it here. Just laid on the floor for a solid minute. The ambient truck sounds in the lobby, so real. I don't like those noises. That like ambiance that they put in of like the walking upstairs is horrific. Oh, did they leave? I think they did. Hi, Skinner Man. I know you're there. Apple. Hello. Me when I outlast my trials. I'm about to. As I say, as I run into the enemies. If I sit in a corner, they won't find me. Hi. You so slay, bestie. I hope you've been well. I hope you have been well. Sign for... Yeah. I feel like it wasn't like that before, but this is a newer map, so I don't know it as well. Thank God I did this on introductory. Dude, I struggled so much with it on standard. Yeah, TwitchCon was fun. It had its ups and... It had its... Fuck you. Get me out. It had its ups and downs, but overall, really freaking good. I fucking love that name. Microwaved beans. There we go. I mean, it's an A+ because I got I'm on the easiest mode. However, now I can do it on standard, at the least. I could do it on intensive. I don't think I should, though. God, when you get sick in VR, though, and just lay on the floor, it's so funny. Plus, A+ game bar, fuck yeah. You want to see what my other grade was? It's an F. I got killed by a fucking imposter. Because I got into my normal standard game thinking, okay, yes, let's not go in intensive because I haven't played this MK challenge before. Suffered on the last one that I did earlier in the year because I put it on intensive and didn't know what I was doing. And I was like, okay, cool, I'll just take it easy. It's standard. And the game said, we're gonna throw you an imposter invasion. And I'm like, oh. So the invasion, Mr. Invader, bullied me. And then I got lost, scared, confused, didn't know where I was, got the box in the wrong place, and then I bullied him back until I couldn't do anymore. Get over here. Yes, you do. I have. Mine's so dusty. I haven't used mine in a long time. It's been quite some time. I have the Quest 3 though. I have the Meta. It's very nice. Learning from my friends who play VR a lot, because Jordy gave me a hand-me-down because he got a new like top part for it. Do highly recommend getting a new thing than the strap. The strap was so annoying. Meta. Oh, she got the dog in double. It's Jordy. Jordy, I got an F. I got an F. That's me. That's you. That's the Billy player. Been playing a lot of Sword and Sorcery. Ooh. I got an F. I went onto this in standard, got lost, got the box stuck somewhere, didn't know where to go, but also got invaded. Didn't know I could get invaded. Didn't know. I just showed up times. You just know every time I fucking talk about you, you just show up just like, hey. And it's like, whoa, there he is. That's my friend. You, when I was talking to the mouse people and I told you like, oh yeah, I talked to them about you. You're like, I made it to the real world. IRL conversations. Yippee. And then I didn't buy a mouse. I feel like I should because I'm a little mad at Razer right now. But I already had bought this mouse a while ago. It's very nice. I just don't like Razer, so I will not be buying from them for a while. Like the weird Pokemon, we got an apple, window chat, we got another Pokemon, we got that oh my god, I got so much Psyduck merch. Re-downloading Skyrim, a good choice. Also, Doc, please get the proper shampoo. That's such a mood though. Okay, we're gonna do this. On standard. I would like to do it on intensive. I just want to redeem myself. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Gives a great Pokemon so far. Yes, I have Psyduck on the back of my phone. He lives there forever. I have him on my water bottle, but I don't have that water bottle in the room. But I need to put it on my car, but it's dirty as fuck. I got a Psyduck Peeker. He's so cute. He's my favorite. I love him so much. He's my silly little guy. We're gonna select this. Hey. Jordy, you don't work today, right? We gotta play Outlast. Later. How do I say it like that? We gotta play later. I wanna play Outlast later, because I wanna play with bigger group. You know, past this. It's fun alone, but it's so stressful alone for me, because I'm like, okay, where are they? Okay, I have to charge the knife. But morning tomorrow. Okay, so you can't stay up late. That's okay. Pokemon, that means I'm a common one? Would you be a common evolution, though? You could be a shiny. You would be a shiny. Red fan? I love... Actually, I love Psyduck, but I love Sprigatito. I love cats. So I love Sprigatito. I say as I am standing, but, like, kicking my feet. I love Sprigatito. I also have Sprigatito merch. They're so freaking cute. Literally my twinsy Sprigatito inside Duck. Oh shit. Hold on. Hold on, mister. I'm showing chat my stickers. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Is that the time? With common stats, you would be, what's a good one? What's a solid choice? I have my Pokemon cards, so where they are. You would be like a common. I feel like you would be a fighting type. Like, Psyduck's best. Just had to come spread the good word. Psyduck is the best. Psyduck. Okay, so we're doing the same exact thing. We are redeeming ourselves. Okay. We're bringing out stun. Jordy, the fucking stun rig is so good. I don't want to watch them. Does he have glasses? Oh, they're falling. Oh my god. I can't look away. Oh. No, thank you. It's so fucking good. It's the only way I've been surviving with the invasions. Have a goal of getting one every... Ooh, that's so cute though. I like that goal. I would like to get more side duck cards. I've never really thought about getting more side duck cards, but I've had this one since whenever my brothers had it, because they got it. They were big into Pokemon cards. Still are. IKEA Bullpit Orchie is playing Deadlock. But I took that one because nobody wanted it. I love side duck. So I took it. But I don't think I have any other side duck. Okay. We gotta blast. This is the MK challenge. Let's frickin' go. Good job. I don't know if I'm getting invaded. So I don't think I am. And I looked it down and be like, oh, I'm being invaded. Yeah, I'm proceeding with caution. I need to find bottles. I have my stun regulator. Hello. Okay. I know what to do now. I know what to do. It's okay. They're looking for me. I don't know why I say it like that. Okay. Okay. I feel like I'm somewhat prepared. Taking that bottle. Okay. Don't run into those bottles. Oh shit, I need to actually go this way. Okay, we've made it under. Whoa! I almost got punched by them. On the stats, I just give her the weakness. It's just a peak design. That's fair. Back in the Pokemon cards, it's so much fun. Obviously, I really love that Pokemon cards have gotten so popular because then it's just like a big influx where it's like, okay, I can actually find the things that I like. Like a lot more people you can talk to about it and everything. Buddy, I need to get these as soon as I can. I don't know where the imposter is. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, anyways. Who's that? That was just his hand. I like kicked my leg. We're just gonna take that while I'm here. What? Maybe I shouldn't just stand around. I swear, pick it up. I swear I'm good at horror games. I just also at the same time... Fuck off. Fuck off. I need to not waste my bottles. We're gonna go ring around the rosy, boy. No, don't touch me. Let's get this as far down as I can. Where is she? Okay. Where? Okay, we're gonna go drop this off at the front, and then we're gonna go find what door we need to. I'm locked in, boys.
You missed. Only once.
I'm not gonna lie, I got scared by that. I just dropped my whole fucking package. Okay. Okay, that's good enough there. Actually, let's just get that closer. Okay. Oh my god. Right there. Oh my god, where's it going? Okay, in there. Okay, okay, right there. I just have to go back and get it. Okay, umbrella, coaster. Hi, Groggy. Let me do this first. How long a queue times for imposter? It feels like I didn't have a long wait the second time I was going into it, but the first time queuing up and last night queuing up with 3 people, it was about like 15 minutes, it feels like. I would say between 5 to 15. They aren't the worst, but you can get stuck there waiting for a bit. I'm in just like, I queued up for just a, hey, I'm being chased. Just for a normal match, and it throws an imposter in. So it's not the worst, but it does feel like if you play, yes, I do think you're deaf. If you play Dead by Daylight, it feels like wait times for like killer sometimes. Oh, I forgot I have an imposter in here. I should be paying attention. Okay, let's go back and get our stuff. What's that? Oh, I don't like seeing the mannequins from far away. That's how I... Oh. Thank you for the follow, Groggy. Hey, nah, I don't want anything from you, Skinner Man. I don't know why I took that off. Like it's about to be dark in here anyways. Do a little dance, do a little dance, do you wanna dance? Are you gonna walk in here? Yeah, you are. I just cannot waste my stun rig. That's all that I need to remember. And lurk, thank you. Hopefully you have good wait times. I need to have this out. I've accidentally like run into the imposters around the corners, and that probably scares the shit out of me. The worst. Okay. See, I feel like that last invader we got fucking knew exactly what to do. Nothing bad with that. Just, unfortunately, I didn't. So I suffered. I suffered the consequences of not, oh my god, of not knowing, not preparing ahead of time. Oh, I don't like being stuck in a room like that. Oh! I'm gonna be a little sick. Oh, I thought that was them right there. Okay. Dig around in them. Oh, hey, Demonic! Well, I've been busy, therefore, rock to lick. Well, we don't have too many rocks in this game to lick, but, you know, we still do get options. I'm sure we... Alright, let me not step on that. I'm sure we could find some options for you. Don't you worry. I'm gonna run back this way. But how have you been? How has life been treating you? Hopefully it's... Hopefully it's been treating you well. I know, it's been a while. We finished up the Space Rock game. You know, whoa. Absolutely freaking not. Let's start to see. Whoa. So I just ran in little circles. Oh my god! They were trying to stab my toes! So I kind of need this. Whoa, whoa! Don't stab me in the butt! Oh my god, I'm freaking running for my life! This is my favorite place to juke them. She's walking menacing after me. Last time I seen yours was the first person. Oh, my little Kai. Fuck you, chicken strips. You're fucking a raccoon, man? I need some more bottles. I'm not hurt. Hey, so I'm gonna do something really stupid. I just need to make sure I keep one. I think the imposter's gone. So we're gonna run. Oh, not into you though. Yippee. Man, when was that? I'm trying to think, because I've had Kai on stream quite a bit now because we do a community farm, but I wonder if it's when we were doing CrossFit. I don't think it was that long ago. Also, this playlist has just been going on loop. Will not lie. So glad the finds. Did they burn themselves?
God, hopeless. Everybody leaves us.
You wanna see behind the curtain? You wanna see how the sausage gets made?
You want to see how the sausage gets made? Absolutely fucking... Woo! Not. Oh my god, I almost ran into that. I think it was Stardew Erica? Okay, fair. We have a lot of Stardew days. So that's good. I mean, that's a good stream to last check up on. Sausage, that's what they freaking said. No, thank you. Oh, I have a stun rig. Okay. I was gonna look for information. I love my X-ray. X-ray is my favorite. I see them. I see them. I know you're there.
Oh, fuck me, look at that.
I'm stuck in this room, though. I don't know if they closed the door.
Boy, I tell you, if I had these...
I don't know if they closed the door and left, or if they're waiting around that little corner. Oh, they had closed the door and left. It was waiting for me to exit out the door. Yeah, fucking try me. I need to go find some more health, though. Not gonna lie. Let's just go this way. Oh, I needed to search that body. We're gonna go back a little bit. I'll use this. Oh, hey. If I kill a lot of time with them there...
Look.
Oh, I didn't mean to do look. They scared the shit out of me. They just fucking ran out of the fucking darkness. It's in there. Let me like block off their path. Give me that. Oh. I blocked up. Oh, naked man. Hi. Oh, you're shitting me, bro. Get out of here.
Oh, man.
Ow! How rude. How fucking rude of them. Okay, so we need to double back and find someone. Who honked at me? Whoa. Hey. Ooh. Yeah, don't worry. I am running. I am hurted. Let me not step on that. Okay. Ooh. Ow. I almost killed myself. Is anybody high? Okay. Use it. Okay. We're back in business. We're back in business. But yes, take care of yourself. Beans. Microwave the beans. Take care of yourself. Let me drop in that. Thank you. But please take care. Go get some good rest. Hopefully it's good sleep. Sleep well. I'll see you around then. I can't believe the sausage thing. Okay, we're doing better. I am getting hit, but it is hard to avoid them if you have no, like, defense. I really want to drink my little drinky. There was the one time, I think, on the last time when we struggled with this, I'm pretty sure that they snuck up on me because they were just crouching and I couldn't see them because of the stupid giant big ass fucking box I'm carrying. Oh. Okay. Whoa. Well, I'm hitting everything. Me all the time coughing. Collect your debt. We're just gonna pick that up. Hey, I really don't want to deal with double Skinner Man. I guess I will. Nuh-uh. I was bullied once in my lifetime. I do not wish to be bullied again. I do like going to the bathroom. Okay, we're gonna take that and walk. Oh, thank God. I'm not insane anymore. You know, we're just gonna keep that on me. Okay. I feel like, you know, this is going a lot better than before. Do I have... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I don't have anything. Hello? Okay. Is there anything good back here? I don't think so. My hip hurts. I'm standing quite weird. Can anybody appear behind me? Let me just stand up against this wall. You know, just hydrate break. I feel like there was an actual hydrate. So I'll drink my normal water. It wasn't there was no Skinner Man redeem, sir. I can't do that. I literally can't afford to, like, take that off. If I'm not... Okay, I literally have to just be sneaky then. I've been having trouble picking up this stuff. Oh, that's... Oh, I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna throw up. I just wanted to purchase things from your establishment. Not give away your top secret things. Okay. I don't know where this imposter is. Survive the invasion. I do really like that. That's so cool. Okay. I'm gonna make as much distance as I can with this. Oh my God, that scared it. I can't jump with it. Oh my God, they're right there.
Running from a dog will only get you chased.
Uh-huh. I watched that happen. Oh my God. I'm all the way back here. Hey, do I hear pitter patters? Ba 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 ba. I hear pitter patters. I hear pitter patters. I hear pitter patters. I fucking heard you. They're fucking bolting after me. I can't get it through that last part. This is where we struggle, mainly because I hate the twins. Oh, it's my favorite equipment. Oh, she had to leave. Okay, we gotta go. I have stepped on a lot of glass. Don't look at me. I forgot she has eyes. Okay, I have a brick. I can't use too many, but like, I need them to fuck off. Oh.
You can't be trusted.
Oh my, what happens? They're so annoying. Okay, they're over there.
You stretch your throat to the future. How about show you an enduring moral order?
I think he saw me. I think he saw me. Whoa! Oh my god. That one, you know, I blatantly ran straight into that. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. Yeah, oh, you fuck you. Dude, that's so hard. I got, that happened last time. You get like stunned. You fuck off over there. This is the worst place to put me. I'm gonna go back and find some bubbles. Actually, let me get this out of here. I still have plenty of chances. Oh, I hate that noise. Get this as far as I can. Da, 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 da. Oh my god. I'm so locked in, are we making it? Oh, I have my stun rig too. Oh my god, I thought I dropped it too early. Don't come at me, I'm weaponized. I'm weaponized. Oh my god, door. Oh my god, I thought the Skitter Man was the fucking imposter. We did it. We redeemed ourselves. I probably got a B. Yeah. Because I got hit a lot. It's so much harder to come out with a higher grade because the imposters hit. I also stepped on glass a lot and triggered a lot of sound traps. Oopsie. BBL is very nice taste. Is a very nice flavor. I shouldn't just say taste. And heard this song in forever. This one? I wonder if the songs have changed. I did sing this earlier when I was stressed. What's on my energetic? I'm immediately gonna rip it away. We're going on the energetic one. How much longer do we want to stream? I'm so like, I love this game so much that I'm like, okay, we're going. We're going.
I wouldn't need it.
Had it been gone for it? Possibly. Also, it's just been like in the background playing. No. But you can shut the fuck up. I'm happy I won. I'm not allowed to go forward? Question mark? Good for you. You stream it. You said, oh, don't you worry. You go however long you want, baby grill. Okay, I got stuff for there. I'm gonna sit though. Because my back is not my back. My shoulders are hurting, which shouldn't be a cause. Anyways, hi. I'm short. Again. I do want to skate. I want to redecorate my room, but like... This is like one of my favorite decorations. It's so freaking cool. Why wouldn't I have it on? Let's see. I mean, maybe we try doing more. What do I need to do? Oh, I need to actually throw bottles. It's so stressful trying to throw bottles at enemies because I don't want to lose bottles to like I wonder if the boosters are probably only in the full length trials. Oh my god, a full length trial with an invasion when you're by yourself? That's crazy. Do the imposters? I guess the imposters don't count because I've thrown a shit ton of bottles at the invaders. I'm so scared to be an imposter again. I sucked at it. Headshot enemies with bottles. Oh, it's headshot with bottles and bricks, and then just generic. Interesting. Disarm traps. We need 2 more organs. Complete 6. These 2 are easy. The rest of them are a little bit more stressful because there's scary people in my matches. They're very scary. Oh, I do not like them. I do really want that. That's cool as fuck. I want to look at this. I only had it 43%, but that was like the first one. I probably will buy this. Oh, no, that's what it was. This used to be when the events you would have to play over and over again because you would randomly get the equipment from it. You wouldn't, it wasn't a catalog. I do have those Googles. Ooh. Oh, that's a cool one. The blood pack. Care for your life. Care for your mask. Yeah, because I have both of those posters. I love this poster. That poster is really cool too. I think TikTok's the new age drinkers finding Mad Dog 2020. What's Mad Dog? That sounds about right though. Just finding new things. What did I get? Oh, I got a frame. Oh, that one. It's an interesting program. I do like the fire one. It's so pretty. Okay, let me check my phone really quick. Somebody had messaged me this morning. Okay, yeah. Hey, my medication is ready. Yeah, bye. That's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to snoop on my experiments. That's a cat. That's so freaking cute. Yeah, see? You know, we should do a really big experiment. So, the first repo TikTok, for anybody new here, we were talking about at beginning a stream, experimenting and posting content on TikTok. The first one got pushed a lot. The second one didn't. And this new one also hasn't been pushed. Completely fine. I'm testing out things because it's nicely edited. I think it's funny. No worries. Don't give a shit. But you know what the only difference is between all 3 of them? And it's something that you pointed out to Doc about how who the algorithm is ran by. And I'm very intrigued now because the only difference is in that first one that got pushed. I had a segment where I showed my cat. So it showed you're in the corner. Yeah, the first one that got pushed is the only one that has a second, like a section where I'm in. So I'm like, the YouTube one, I don't know how the algorithm works. So I'm just like, okay, bye. I'll drop you there. I'll leave you there. Lost around a while ago. So you know what experiment we're gonna do? I have another one I was working on editing, and I'm gonna put a section where I'm in it, you know? We're gonna run with this experiment. Should I stop streaming? Damn. So that's gonna be the experiment now. I'm so intrigued by it, and I want to figure it out. I'm like, what clips do I have in that? The first one is fine. There's a couple of... I'm gonna have to play with it. I'm gonna figure it out. I mean, if I make Halloween costumes for this year, I'll probably post a TikTok on that TikTok. Probably on my other one too. Alice. Oh, where was the new hat? Oh yeah. Oh, that's a cute hat. His little bandages. That's cute. I do actually like that. The little pouches. And I like that. Like one scary cosplay on TikTok, and now I'm forced to feed a bunch of cooner shit. It's like I had to go look at one of them, and now my feed's fucked. Oh, this is the shirt I like. It's the police shirt. I really like the police outfit because I have a whole bunch of it. Oh, I have another one. I don't like how that pattern looks. It really how the algorithm be. It really, It really how the it really be like that with the algorithm. I looked up One Piece because I was looking up something, and then suddenly, not complaining because I do actually like it, suddenly I got all One Piece on my feed. So much that I went on to my second TikTok, and since I haven't been there in a while, I don't like things frequently, so it doesn't know what to give me right now. So it gave me a whole bunch of stuff of like editing and just like, you make TikToks, make TikToks, make TikToks. That's what it was giving me. I looked up One Piece on there. When I went back to my feed, it was just like, oh my god, she likes One Piece. Okay, give her One Piece. And I was like, that's crazy. It's crazy. So I'm so intrigued. I'll probably post a TikTok. Oh my god. There's a TikTok drama that I've been a part of, like, keeping an eye on. That's so funny. So now we're gonna experiment. I think I want to try to post Tuesday and Thursday, but we're gonna post this one here. Well, we posted the one today. I think I'm going to try to edit a segment maybe from this, or from No, I'm Not Human, because that one is really fun. But then we're gonna try to post Tuesdays and Thursdays. We're gonna try to do that. I didn't need to walk there. Do we want to do the last one? This is gonna be horrifying. It's Gooner shit, I swear. We're gonna try. Because like I said, I've gotten over of, like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'm happy with my little edits, and I show my mom, and I'm like, look what I made. And she watches it, and she's... Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate! Her whole thing was like, you should go into movie editing then. Like, maybe you go into that. I'm like, I just like my silly little edits. I did just crunch my legs, and that was my form of stretching. Not gonna lie, because it feels nice to crunch. I feel like I should end. It's been 6 hours. I've barely done anything. Like, we did 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 2 of those. We did 1 of those. We did the orphanage. We did like 5. To be human. Yeah, I think we did 5 matches. I struggled a lot. I don't know, it might be 5 or 6. 5 or 6 matches today, which isn't the worst. We could try this one again. This one was really cool. I really like this map. This map was really cool. I do like the concept of this one. There is the really intense enemy. I forget what they're called. Dude, I love when the player names are hidden, but it doesn't really affect me at all. Enraged enemies. Increased threat. Yeah, because then they had the big enemy that I couldn't do any damage to. And it was just a void. She was scary. I think it's because I sat around for too long and they were like, okay, fucking send out the big guy. Don't let the pain of our victims restrict your liberty. Kill the scapegoat, free them of their suffering. Okay, so this is a little ching 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 one. Where you zap their head. What if I do one, oh, that's the match that somebody was doing. Oh my god, somebody was in the Halloween one. That's what happened. That what? The beat like this. Punish the miscreants. I vaguely remember that. I think that's grind. Grind the bad apple. What are the... time to die. Yes, I know. I have no grades on anything. Ooh, that's the new one. Redeem your freedom. Drill the Futterman. Yeah, that's the new one. To face the Futtermans? I don't know if I've done that one. Oh my god, there's so many maps, actually. Because there's the Toy Factory. I'm familiar with the Toy Factory, but that one's still really confusing. Ooh, see, I've never done it. Fumigate the factory. I've never done that one. I've done all 4 of those. What about Courthouse? Courthouse has new one. Yeah, sentence the prisoner. Oh, I have done that one, though. Fuel the released. I've done that. Done that one. Destroy the evidence with that. I think I've done that. It's just the short version of zapping them. To die. Is there a new one on the orphanage? I get that. Nope. I hate this one. Gather the Children of God is so fucked up. That one's so fucked up, and I feel awful doing that one. Before the joyride. Ooh, more coming soon. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so there's more coming for that one. I feel like because they focus on a lot of other stuff. Cook the Informant. I have done that one. That one? Oh my god, that's the one. That's one of them that I did while I was with the bee, and I was so lost and confused. Stash the contraband. I've never done that one. The Suburbs is really fucking confusing. Liquidate the Union is so fucking scary. I don't know what to do. Get the Vote. It was really fun. Disrupt the neighborhood. Confuse the shit out of me. Shopping mall. Oh, that's the one we're doing now. But I've never played that one, so I have to play that before I do that for this. Okay, okay. I have done this one then. Do we want to do one more, or should we just end? I feel like I should end because I'm getting hungry. I have so much energy. It's just because I've been drinking energy drinks. I'm in such a like happy giddy mood that I'm just like, nah, what the fuck? I'm so intrigued about learning about the algorithms. It's just so hard, and it is like defeating when you don't know about the algorithms. But also like, that just means I get to experiment. Got something for you to eat? And what would that be? Taste. So I haven't obviously opened up my Discord. Yeah! Because I'm so scared of tapping out of this. Out of this game. But Drew sent me a picture of a precious little baby. Oh, I love them. Just gonna keep that up on my phone. Okay. Frozen taquitos. Oh my god, I haven't had frozen taquitos in so fucking long, bro. I love that shit so much. I feel like let's do mode more. We're gonna do this on standard and see how it goes. It was relatively easy. I just need to find where to put them. One goes on each floor. I think we can do it. One more, and then we end. We have stream tomorrow. Resident Evil tomorrow. I don't know if Pseudo wants to play. I'll see. If Pseudo's up to join, Pseudo can join. If Pseudo's not free to join, Pseudo doesn't have it to join. If Pseudo wants to join next week, Pseudo can join then. Let's do one more. And then I will go skate and everything. Oh, I have to be careful. The sun goes down so fast. I have nice cheekbones. Like, it cuts off and then goes down. I'm like, okay. I don't want to trust the therapy. I'm gonna get fucking invaded, bro. It's interesting, though, because the invasions are just into any normal match. But I know it matches, like, how many people you have. Stays. Oh, I need to sit down. I have to sit down. I was just gonna do donuts. There's me! my silly little clown fit. That means whenever an impostor comes up, I force them to be a silly little clown like me.
Gently murmuring behind the pendulum, guiding the sleepwalking.
So I don't want to watch your video. Okay, let's see how fast we can do this. In theory, this is a 15-minute MK challenge.
And we will let you out.
We're on standard, so it shouldn't be too hard. But we'll fucking see, bro. Oh my. Oh my, Futterman is... Phyllis. Hey, there's children looking at me. I don't like this. Huh? Nice everything. It's been a... Oh, you and Siren following me. No singing required. That's so cute. Thank you, dog. What was it? When I was playing... Oh my god, yeah, when I was playing... Silent Hill, there was the sweet, somber, like... Oh, I love this music. Song, like, by the water, and I was, like, going more towards it. I was like, this is how you fucking get taken by a fucking siren, bro. No survival skills in that moment. I was just like, yeah, pretty song? Okay, I go. I want to see what makes song. You just say, pretty woman? Me go. Make me cry. I'm making cry. I don't know why I started screaming. As if... Oh, not you. Not you. You. Okay, but we do need to get organs. Organ. Oh, thank you for being an organ donor. Donor? Donor? Oh, no. 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 Okay, so we have... Okay, we have safety. We have a bubble. Yeah, children. Can I go? Thank you. There's an evil person after me. I would like to run as fast as I can. Dude, I love this portion of the map. On the new Devour map, it's just like this too. I'm so glad on intensive they did not give me a fucking imposter. Okay, heart. Somebody behind me? Okay, see, this is so much better. I know what I'm doing. That first time I was so lost. Oh god, I'm so glad Mr. I hit everything in that moment. Mr. Skinnerman was it? Oh, that's a man of a TV head. I wonder if they're in the same spots. So it appears to me that they are not. Back to me being a horn dog? You say, back to normal. Okay, we gotta... Okay, we're just gonna take that. Extract organs. What is that noise? Hello? Okay. I'm so... Oh, it's the fucking thunder room. I did the same shit again. So this is 3. Oh, so it doesn't tell you. Skinner, man. Does it tell you which one? No, you just have to guess. So 3 goes right there. Let me not step on that. That's the shit that scared me. Hello? Oh. Okay. Sorry, ma'am. There's other issues I gotta deal with, and it's not you. I fucking decked them so fast. Okay, so 3 is right over there. Put you in that. Do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, they're behind me! The killer! Wow! Fuck you. Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh, excuse. Oh, I was. Fuck you. Oh my god, did you see my health? Ow, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. I almost fucked up so badly there. Okay. Okay, we're rearmed. Okay, we're double rearmed. Oh, we're crouching. My legs like went up, like I like. I almost fucked up so badly there. I was zooming so fast. Oh, Skinner Man, get out of the fucking way! Fuck off, Skinner Man. Was that somebody crawling behind me? What the fuck, bro? Skinner Man, that was not the time to like spook me like that. Do. Okay, do you like tell me what number you are? Or do I have to randomly? No. Fuck you. Hey, fucker, please leave me alone. We're not running the other way. Okay, that's that one. Let's go take 3. Oh my god, this fucking Impasta's working hard. Oh my god. That Impasta's working so hard. Oh, I can go this way. I can't go that way. Gimme meow. Gimme meow. Oh, meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Woo! I'm so on edge, dude. How much time? 88 seconds. Okay, I just need to avoid the Impasta for 88 seconds. Do I have a lockpick? That would be so nice, but I don't. Black. Everything black. Oh, shit. No one saw that. No one saw that at all, okay? I think it was heart something moon. Heart something moon. I don't wonder what's downstairs. I wonder if I can grab that 2 and take it downstairs. Just fucking step on glass, would ya? I don't know why I took that off. Oh, Jesus! Scared the shit out of me, bro! You scared the shit out of me! No. I just fucking scared the shit out of me! I closed the door and they just opened the other side. How many chances do I have? Black, everything black. Okay, I have some leeway time. Let me in. Oh. This is exactly where I wanted to be, except I need to go pick up all my stuff. Holy shit. Where am I? I went the wrong door. Okay. Oh my god, typing in those things is gonna be hell. Okay. I don't have time for this. Okay. I would have loved to not have to do that. Where was the door? It was over there. That's so freaking cool and fucked up. I love this part. So fucked up and evil of you. Okay, so I have to go that way. That's probably an easier way to go through, but I don't have a lockpick. Is that a lockpick? Hey, was that a person? Oh my god. I hate doing anything where I have to turn my back now. Okay. Hey, there's more bottles in here. Oh, brick. One of those. Okay, where's this impasta? Okay, there's somebody in there. I'm so stressed. Organ. I should have looked around at my surroundings before doing this. Okay, so I finished my organ samples. I don't have to worry about that. Utterly disgusted with Skinner Man action. Maybe I should keep this out. I don't remember where the freaking stairs are. They're right here. Am I being stalked? I was a rather big lady. Does somebody want to take care of that big lady for me? Yellow? Yeah, I see you. What was the freaking... There. Okay, so we're gonna go take 2. We're gonna see if that goes downstairs. Oh shit. Is that a person walking down? No, it's not. Okay. They're following me! Crown! It's a crown! Heart! Crown! Moon! We got one more! We got one more, boys! Oh my god, my hands feel numb because I'm getting so stressed. My heart is fucking pounding. I don't like doing this alone. This is like, you're literally like being stalked. Like, I'm being fucking stalked here. I'm so stressed. I'm doing better. That is who I do not want to run into at all. Okay, Futterman went that way. I do need to be quiet just a little bit. Did I have to drop it so close to the edge? Okay, so what is the code? Clover! Okay, wait, I zoom. Excuse me, pardon me, I don't know where the door is. That's gonna hurt. Okay, so... That was a heart. Okay. It's heart, crown, moon, clover. Heart, crown, moon, clover. Heart, crown. Anybody here? Moon, clover. I gotta press the button. Fuck. Gotta wait for you to de-stress. Damn. You said, gotta go back to my normal. My normal. Oh my god, I can't afford to use my thing on them. Okay. The imposter's gonna show up somewhere. No impasta? Oh. I didn't mean to back up. Clover? That's a club. I got so stressed. Dude, I got so stressed. I was thinking of like 4-leaf clover. That was so stressful doing that. Anyways, how... Look at that, 16 minutes. That's how long that's supposed to take. Probably could do it a little bit faster, but I got caught up a couple times. Hey, that's not too bad. I think that's a good one to leave it on. Oh my god. That was so stressful. I like the invasions, but also sometimes I don't appreciate the invasions.
I knew you deserved my love. Maybe now you know it too.
Well there, sir. I don't want your love. Nah. You're in your underwear. Okay, I'm just gonna stand here and do this. I just want to accept my little things. And then we can get, the pirate fit. So I have 1 page done. I like getting the rooms. That's some of my favorite things to get. We have 100 of those. Oh, I need to get these first. I just like spending them as I have it. The next one I can get that. Okay. I think that was a good day. You can be on. Okay. You said, okay, actually that one was kind of bad. I'm sorry. Exit game. I don't think anything. I can't see anything. I think that was quite fun. I'm so whitewashed from the fucking sun. Look, fucking divine light. Divine light this shit, bro. Oh my god. Nine Lana. I love this artist. I had heard some of their stuff before, but then Jordy shared a song by them. Pretty fucking banger. Oh, Jordy's playing Warframe. This one. I was like, which one am I going for? I did not mean to stream for this long, but it was quite fun today. I think today was a good stream. Very happy. There was drops for Outlast Trails. Oh my god. And nothing. I just saw I just looked and I saw you were playing Warframe. I was like, oh, Jody's just playing Warframe. I'm not bullying you. There's mushrooms in Warframe now, okay? It's important. Let's see. Who do we wish to be summoned to? Drew, thank you for the picture of your cat. I opened up my phone. I was like, oh, there's a message from Drew. I was like, ah. It's just so cute. This person has really cute hair. We're going to them. They just started streaming. She has really pretty hair, bro. Fucking hair attachment. Oh my god. I have a black shirt on. I have a white cat. Can't have anything nice. Can't have any dark clothing here. We'll do cat ride. Yeah. Mochi was laying on my desk at some point today. But she also was laying up against me, which means I am covered in cat fur. Put something else on your shirt? Yogurt. Why would you put yogurt on my shirt? I know what you're fucking alluding at, bitch. But also, why would you put yogurt on my shirt? That's quite mean. You have a wonderful visit. I will. Whenever I decide which game to buy, I got you, Quiet. I got you. To go bite you? Yes! Oh my god, Quiet. Tell me whenever you want to play this. I can at least show you around for the stuff. I love playing this alone and with people. It's very stressful alone. Won't lie, it's very stressful alone. It's so peaceful before alone because like you just go in, you just do the trials. But now there's little imposters and that's quite scary being alone. And I'm like, I can't just like juke out the fucking enemies. They have brains. It's so much fun. But now the invaders have brains. Hello, welcome in. We are leaving right now. I'm gonna leave you guys to who? Oh, that's a cute name. This is randomly selected. She had really pretty hair. She has bright green hair, and I really like that. We are gonna go to Forget Me Knox. Hi, welcome in. We are leaving. We're playing Outlast Trails all day today, so I hope your day is going well, and I hope your day continues to go to well as I send you off. Ever said just how we. Doc, you're just like Kevin. You're just like Kevin. Kevin took it personally that I called myself ugly like fucking 2 years ago or something, and he said, But it means a lot. Thank you. Very cutesy, very demure, very wholesome. Thank you. I'm gonna leave y'all with this. If you have oh my god. I'm subscribed to somebody who has a crow emotes. Look how cute that is. Holy shit, that's not what I was going for, but like... I just saw that. If you guys aren't subscribed or don't have the emotes and whatnot, just use a little heart with cat raid. Just go with a little cat raid. I'm gonna send you to this lovely person. I have no clue who they are. They seem lovely. They're playing Outlast Trials with 2 other people. And right now they're killing the reagents. They are the impastas. So just go have fun. If you guys are not going with the raid, that's completely fine. I'm going to hit start so I don't talk for too long. I'm going to say bye-bye from here. If you guys don't go to raid, that is... Oh, we're unable to raid. We can't go to them. They say, I'll find somebody else to go to. Either way, we have stream tomorrow, Resident Evil. So if you guys don't go with that, you know that is completely fine. Let's see. Which one do I want? Now I just got a Monarch. No, never. I'm a coward. We know it. I couldn't even talk to people at TwitchCon because I was too scared. Invade part 2. They're invading. Isn't this somebody I know? I have no clue. I'm trying to pick through now if I can, because I can never tell. Some people have it clearly stated like raids are off. So I think that person has raids off. Completely fine. Oh, they're in Spanish. I can't wait. It's only not, yeah, only just a mere few people there. Let's see. This person. Are they doing? Oh, I think they're doing the Halloween stuff. Truth be told, at this point, everybody's kind of stuck with Invasion. Digital that. Digital that. Yeah, I don't think I can write into that portion. They're playing with friends. I'm like browsing through it. Is Tori live? Do we want to go to Tori? We can go to Tori. Yes, she is. Oh, she's playing Phasmophobia. Okay. No choice. We're going. Go spread some love to Tori. We love it over there. Nothing wrong with that. She is on a Be Right Back right now, but she is playing Phasmophobia. Oh, she was playing a whole bunch. Rivals, Phasmophobia, DVD. She's playing all sorts of things for Halloween. I love you all. Tomorrow will be Resident Evil 5 with our lovely little bear. Other than that, I love you all. Please take care. Stay hydrated and everything. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.